washing your hand after doing activities, and wearing a mask. We also remind you to be careful with your luggage. If you need interpreter tools, you can go to our committee behind your seat. If you need interpreter tools, you can go to our committee behind your seat. Thank you.
Cek sound tes suara tes 1 2 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. Please take your seat. Before we start, allow me to remind you to put your mobile phone into silent mode. This event will be conducted in English. For those who require translation, our liaison officer will happy to help you. Dan untuk diketahui bahwa pelaksanaan acara ini akan dipandu dalam bahasa Inggris, dan bagi yang membutuhkan translator, pendamping delegasi kami akan dengan senang hati membantu. For your information, members of PNLG who's joining on site were Cambodia, Indonesia, Philippines, Republic of South Korea, Japan, and Timor-Leste, as well as representatives from the national government, private sector partners, and the academies. Joining online, we have China and Vietnam. Welcome to our leader to Grand Ballroom Atria Hotel Tangerang Regency. In addition, this venue would like to announce few important notes that will be presented by Ms. Diani Anjarvika.
Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the participants and invited guests of PNLG event. Welcome to Tangerang Regency. We remind you, if you haven't registered yet, please register first. You can ask our license officer for help. Let me tell you that we are at Atria Hotel now. It is 4-star hotel in an international standard that was built in the heart of Central Business District at Kelapa II, Tangerang Regency. Beside this hotel, there is a Sumarekon Mall. This is one of the department store, so you can buy the things you need in there or just eat and drink coffee. Near Atria Hotel, there are also a lot of money changers, so you can ask to our license officer for help. We also have a Wi-Fi with passport privileged guests. We also have the exhibition booth in the outside. The praying room for Muslim is beside this grand room Atria, and toilet is beside the praying room. We also have coffee break session, lunch, and dinner. We also remind you to be careful with your luggage and also download Peduli Lindungi application. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted that so many of you could make it today. In this room, we'll spend about 11 hours, so please be prepared. We will have a lot of agenda today, starting from opening ceremony, general assembly, forum session, and gala dinner. This event will be combined in hybrid. It means online meeting due to the condition of guests who are unable to attend. If you need something, you can ask our license officer, and we are very happy to help. We also provide snack and coffee for coffee break. And we remind you, if you need interpreter tools, you can go behind. We help you with the committee. So I would like to say, please enjoy this event and thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Opening Ceremony 2022, Forum of the PEMSEA Network of Local Government, Wednesday, October 26, 2022, begin. Excellency, Minister of Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, Ibu Siti Nurbaya Bakar. His Excellency, Governor of Banten Province, Bapak Dr. Al-Mukhtabar, President PNLG and Vice Chair Da Nang People's Committee Vietnam, Dr. Le Quang Nam, who's joining with us today from Vietnam. Vice President PNLG Region Tangerang Regency, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar. Chair for East Asian Seas Partnership Council, Director General, General Directorate of Policy and Strategy, Ministry of Environment Cambodia, Dr. Van Moninet. Executive Director, PEMSEA Resource Facility, Ms. Amy Gonzalez. Honorable distinguished delegates, participants, all invitees, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. And welcome to Tangerang Regency, Banten, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Om Santi Santi Om. Good morning, our warmest welcome to all delegates. We are very honored and happy to have you all today, Wednesday, 26 October 2022, and we are here for 2022 Forum of the PEMSEA Network of Local Government. This event is hosted by PNLG and Tangerang Regency. To warm up this morning, let's run a big applause for this event. My name is Gita Amalia. Certainly, I'm honored to be part of 2022 Forum of the PEMSEA Network Local Government and to serve as a master ceremony for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few days, this event will give you a plenty of opportunity to discuss policies and procedures and share knowledge to mix and mingle among delegates. And I'm so glad this year we're joined by over 300 delegates from 9 countries. On behalf of PEMSEA, on behalf of PEMSEA Network of Local Government and Tangerang Regency, I wish each of you pleasant and fruitful stay during your time in Tangerang, Banten, Indonesia. Before we move on to our first program, we'd like to request, will you please all arise for the national anthem of Republik Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, following with Mars Tangerang. Thank you. Please kindly be seated. We proudly present our student choir of SMPN 1 Legok, Tangerang Regency. Let's run a huge applause. Ladies and gentlemen, now for the welcoming remarks, please help me welcome Vice President PNLG, Region of Tangerang Regency, host for 2022 Forum PNLG, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all of us. Her Excellency Mrs. Siti Nurbaya Bakar, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. Governor from Banten Province, Mr. Al-Muqtabar, His Excellency Mr. Le Quan Nam, President of PNLG and Vice Chair, Da Nang People's Committee, Vietnam. His Excellency Mr. Van Moninet, Chair East Asia CIS Partnership Council and Director General, General Director of Policy and Strategy, Ministry of Environment, Cambodia. Mrs. Amy Gonzalez, Executive Director, PEMSEA Resources Facility. Mr. Jon Fitner, President, PEMSEA Network of Learning Center. All leaders and members of the PNLG delegation from countries Malaysia, Philippines, Cambodia, Timor-Leste, South Korea, Japan, China, Vietnam, and Indonesia. Dear ladies and gentlemen and invited guests, first of all, let us always offer our praise and gratitude to the presence of God Almighty for all of His blessing and gift, so that on this happy day, we can be all present at Hotel Atria, Gading Serpong for the implementation forum of the PEMSEA Network of Local Government, or PNLG 2022. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Tangerang Regency Government, of course, I would like to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all PNLG member delegation who have been present in Tangerang Regency, Banten Province, Republic of Indonesia, to share their knowledge and experience in terms of coastal governance in the context of integrated coastal management, which in the forum currently taking the theme, strengthening coastal resilience towards sustainable local blue economies. As we know, development problems in various sectors, especially those related to coastal governance, are currently still serious challenges that we must face together. This is important considering that the good coastal governance, it is hoped that the Human Development Index will also increase, and ultimately the competitiveness of human resources will be better. The Tangerang Regency itself development program from 2019 to 2023 has a vision of realizing a religious, intelligent, and healthy, as well as prosperous Tangerang Regency community. With this vision, we hope is that all people in Tangerang Regency will be able to be competitive in facing the challenges and changing times that demand efficiency and effectiveness in all things that Tangerang Regency government, in an effort to manage the coastal area since 10 years ago, has prioritized program called Gerbang Mapan, or in English, Coastal Community Development Movement. In implementing the Gerbang Mapan program, or the Coastal Community Development Movement program, the government involved the participation of all coastal communities, so that development goals and target of Tangerang Regency will lead to improving the welfare of coastal communities can be realized and sustained. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the implementation of the PNLG Forum, it is certainly hoped that there will be a constructive exchange of knowledge. And in the future, hopefully we can collaborate in implementing coastal development programs, because we realize that all development challenges will be easily resolved if we can work together and collaborate each other. This is a brief speech that can be delivered, and later I ask Minister of Environment and Forestry to give a keynote speech, as well as to open the 2022 Forum of the PEMSEA Network of Local Government, or PNLG, in which will be held from 26 to 28 of October this year. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, for the welcome remarks. Now it is time for President PNLG and Vice Chair Da Nang People's Committee Vietnam to deliver his remarks. His Excellency Dr. Le Quang Nam. Hello, Dr. Le. Dr. Le, can you hear us from here? You're still on mute? Dr. Le, can you hear my voice?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to extend my warmest greetings to the delegates attending the forum, online and offline. I I'm sorry for because of business matter I cannot attend directly in the forum. I am grateful to Tanjaran for hosting the PNLG forum with the theme Strengthening Coastal Resilience Towards Sustainable Local Blue Economies. As we all have known, we are having a local government forum to discuss vital issues on climate adaptation and mitigation 2 weeks before an important global climate change conference in Egypt, the 27th Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. This affirms PNLG's commitment to contribute to actions to adapt to climate change and mitigation of climate change. We are aware of the risks we are facing in this powerful threat, and this is partly caused by the human communities, and we in the coastal cities and provinces are well aware of these threats. My city, Da Nang, has many lessons to share on natural and man-made hazard prevention and management. So please allow me to share very briefly to you. We have been facing with increasing impacts from floods, typhoons, and coastal erosion. We have been focusing on ICM programs to strengthen communities' resilience to climate change, including creating natural buffers against storm surges and improving forecasting, early warning and response and recovery systems. We have also been constructing multi-purposes shelters and houses to help our community withstand typhoon damages. We fortified over 6,500 meters of dike system and saving 400 hectares of agricultural land. Furthermore, the quantifying the capacity and social economic value of Da Nang Bay in cycling, processing, and storing land-derived carbon and nutrients as part of the project addressing challenges of coastal communities through ocean research for developing economies, Accord, supported by PEMSEA's partner, is a very important effort. And we are certain that the members of PNLG have many experiences to share too. And all of this effort is aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals timeline. Ladies and gentlemen, Da Nang has issued our action plan on implementing the PNLG SAP for the period 2022 to 2030, affirming our commitment towards contributing to PNLG targets and actions towards 2030. And this is one of the key programs for climate change and adaptation and disaster risk reduction, which aims to contribute to UN SDG number 13. PNLG is also a proud non-country partner of PEMSEA, and we look forward to more years of active collaboration with PEMSEA country partners and non-country partners, PEMSEA Resource Facility, and PEMSEA Network of Learning Center. Once again, I apologize for not being able to join you physically in Tangerang. I am grateful with this blended approach of working where we'll stay connected through digital system, and we look forward to participating in many of the sessions today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Le Quang Nam. Excellencies, our distinguished guests, we'd like to request Chair East Asian Seas Partnership Council, His Excellency Dr. Van Modinet, to kindly send his remarks.
Her Excellency Dr. Siti Nubaya Baka, Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, Regent of Tangerang, Honorable Lê Quang Nam, President of the PNLG, local government members of PNLG, Professors Dr. Arif Setria, Rectors of IPB University, Indonesia, officers and members of the PEMSEA network of learning centers, Ms. Amy Gonzalez, PEMSEA Executive Directors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. On behalf of East Asian Sea Partnership Councils, as the governing board of partnership in environmental management for Sea of East Asia, or PEMSEA for short, I would like to congratulate and extend our sincere appreciation to Tangerang Regencies for hosting this year's PNLG Forum. The forum's theme of strengthening coastal resilience towards sustainable blue economy is very timely and important. A large percentage of the population in East Asia Sea region rely on coastal and marine economy. In 2015, the ocean economy was valued at 1.5 trillion USD and directly employs 61 million people. This does not include those relying on the ocean for small-scale and sustenance-related livelihood and informal economies. The region's coastal and marine ecosystem, including tidal flats and shell mass, are valued at around 2 trillion USD, while the blue carbon valued is estimated to be 68 billion USD for the mangrove and 40 billion USD for the seagrasses. Yet we are all aware that the region, coastal and marine areas are faced with threat of environment degradation and pollution, natural disasters, and the impact of climate change. In the past years, the region has experienced stronger typhoons, longer droughts, worsening floods, as well as reported evidence of sea level rise. Costs of floods loss to East Asia economy are projected to increase eightfold, from 6 billion USD in 2005 to 52 billion USD by 2050. The coastal and marine economy also threatened with the continuing impacts of the global pandemic. As the East Asia Sea region geared towards transitioning to the blue economy and recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, the role of your local government in strengthening coastal resilience through the implementation of your respective program on integrated coastal management, or ICM, for the sustainable development and management of the coastal and marine areas cannot be discounted. For this forum, provide you the opportunity to learn from the good practices and lessons learned of other PNLG members in strengthening coastal resilience, responding disaster risk, and adapting to climate change through their ICM program, as they also transition towards the blue economy. The blue economy pathway offers the development strategy anchored on sustainable and inclusive prosperities, low carbon growth, and protection of the ocean ecosystem to ensure food security, jobs and livelihoods, coastal resiliency, recreation, and well-being. As the PNLGs continue to expand with the induction today of Gorontalo province of the Indonesia and the National Ocean Technology Centers of China's Ministry of Natural Resources as the 56 and 57 members, respectively. I strongly believe that this network provides a forum in advancing the implementation of our Sustainable Development Agenda through the implementation the PNLG's Strategic Action Plan in supporting of the SEA Implementation Plan 2023 to 2027. Under auspices of PNLGs, I enjoy everyone to keep on engaging, learn and share from each other's experience, foster friendship and partnership, continue in taking bold and innovative actions to protect ocean health, build more sustainable and resilient economy, promote the well-being of the coastal community. It is with deep regret that I will not be with you in Tangerang personally due to other commitment, but I wish you all engaging and productive forum. Thank you.
Honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia to present her keynote speech. Without further ado, please help me welcome Ibu Siti Nurbaya Bakar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, Bapak Al-Muqtabar, the Governor of Banten Province, Excellency, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, Regent of Tangerang, as well as the Vice President of PNLG, Excellency Ibu Ami Gonzalez, Executive Director for PEMSEA, Excellency Lee Kwang Nam, President of PNLG, Excellency Bapak Van Monet, Chair of East Asian Seas Partnership Council, Excellency PNLG Learning Center, high-level officials of Tangerang Regency and West Java and Banten Province, Chief of Army and Chief of Police, Excellencies, Head of Local Government, as a head of delegates, and distinguished participants. Very good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to be with you all on this occasion of Partnership on Environmental Management of the Seas of East Asia, PEMSEA, Network of Local Government for Sustainable Coastal Development PNLG Forum 2022 in Tangerang Regency, Indonesia, that with various important agendas. I'm also very delighted to share thoughts and perspectives on these opening remarks and on Indonesia's coastal sustainable blue economies we are experiencing, that others can learn from it, the good things and the difficulties for consideration in the future. As we all might be aware, the concept of blue economy is one that simultaneously promotes economic growth, environment sustainability, social inclusion, and the strengthening of oceans ecosystem. Meanwhile, the foundation of a blue economy is sustainable, resilience, and inclusive ocean economy, clean oceans, and healthy, productive, and resilient coastal and marine ecosystem. The sustainable supply of goods and services from the oceans is central to the country's future well-being and prosperity. Currently, the ocean is under pressures from the diversity and multitude of human activities driven by our need for food, water, energy, medicines, transportation, trade, and recreation. Habitat destruction, illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, pollution, and unregulated coastal development threaten the ocean's resources and its life-supporting services. These pressures are amplified by loss of biodiversity, declining fish stocks, and climate change. Indonesia is also prone to extreme natural events such as earthquakes, tsunamis, wildfire, heavy rainfall, flooding, and volcanic eruptions which affect human life, properties, and ecosystems. Mindful of those circumstances, there are several laws and policies on environmental management, conservation of coastal and marine resources and biodiversity, and fisheries management that support the ocean agenda. Indonesia is also a party to several multilateral environmental agreements or international conventions. The National Ocean Policy provides the guiding principles and course of action to promote sustainable development, protect the marine environment, ensure healthy and sustainable marine ecosystem, and conserve fisheries and other natural resources from the oceans. It is critical for the various institutions and organizations to elaborate the SDG 14 Life Below Water targets and other related SDGs, as well as identify the specific coastal and marine issues and actions that would be most substantial to the coastal communities and ocean health. The ocean GDP growth requires investment and policy support through compound of regulation and incentive that encourage business to invest in the ocean-based economy that is also aligned with sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development principles as encompassed in the blue economy paradigm. Accordingly, the development perspective has been changed by transforming the established ocean economy into blue economy and integrating ocean and land-based economic activities into a unified national economy. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, policies on blue economy and integrated ocean management should be pursued in concrete steps, together with capacity improvement, innovative technologies, laws and plans that consider economic growth, job creation, wages and income, financial viability, environmental and ecological sustainability, and natural hazard and climate resiliency in an integrated way. On that note, among Indonesia's coastal ecosystem that have been much considered to strengthening the country's coastal resilience towards sustainable local blue economies is the mangrove ecosystem, since it provides vital ecosystem services to local communities and to the global population. At the moment, more than 100 million people around the world live within 10 kilometers of significant mangrove forest. Meanwhile, in emerging economy countries in Asia, including Indonesia, most of these people depend on mangrove resources for their livelihoods and well-being. According to the National Mangrove Map that has been developed by Indonesia since 2013, we started from Java and then every year to Sumatra, Sulawesi, Kalimantan, etc. There are 3.31 million hectares of mangrove in Indonesia, or accounted for about 20% of the world's mangrove. A World Mangrove Center has now been initiated by Indonesia with the purpose of to serve and share Indonesia's experiences in mangrove rehabilitation and conservation, to develop networking for research and information, to collaborate among global stakeholders to save the world mangroves and to actuate the mangrove governance. Mangrove has high blue carbon potential as part of the National Low Carbon Development Strategy. Research and development of mangrove cultivation technology are increasing, so there is a need for a sharing and learning platform for stakeholders. World Mangrove Center is designed as a reliable center of excellence, a knowledge-sharing space oriented to mitigation and adaptation that will support the implementation of Indonesia NDC and SDGs, as well as being able to function as a clearinghouse and a reliable provider of data and information about mangroves. World Mangrove Center functions as an international hub to provide access to knowledge database of mangrove ecosystem for better understanding mangrove ecosystem, as well as to connect, coordinate, and encourage collaboration between different mangrove-related stakeholders from various sectors in many countries. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, while looking forward to accelerating the rehabilitation of 6,000 hectares of mangrove until 2024, we had carried out the labor-intensive acceleration of mangrove rehabilitation within the National Economic Recovery Scheme, reaching almost 35,000 hectares in 654 villages, in addition to the regular pattern of mangrove forest rehabilitation. The rehabilitation, conservation, as well as governance on mangrove is supported by World Bank for 75,000 hectares for 2020 and 2022 and 2023. Japan, Korea, Japan ASEAN Integrated Fund, JAIF, and Global Climate Fund are countries and agencies that also support mangrove program in Indonesia. By this year, we have at least established 250 mangrove stewardship villages using the government budget for 220 villages, and 30 others were formed and facilitated by partners using CSR scheme. Intervention for the mangrove stewardship villages include educational activities and community capacity building with mangrove community field school training. Last year, about 176 cadres were formed through mangrove field schools, consisting of 150 cadres of mangrove rehabilitation field schools and 26 cadres for environmentally friendly ponds field schools. The field schools are aimed to enhance community capacity in mangrove management practices such as participatory mapping, mangrove rehabilitation techniques, identification of mangrove species, seeding, preparation of planting sites, planting, maintenance, monitoring, and evaluation. We all can see the importance of the community existence in the environmental relationship of the coastal settlement centers, in addition to the work agenda of mangroves, as I mentioned. In this regard, Indonesia also encouraged the Climate Steward Village program that intensively involves the community to behave in a climate-friendly manner, including the coastal communities, by planting mangrove program and waste management to prevent the marine litter. We call it Program Kampung Iklim or Proklim. Currently, there are 4,300 Proklim villages in Indonesia in the 68 regencies and cities, and there are 15 climate stewardship villages in this Tangerang Regency. Those programs are important as part of our efforts in reducing global greenhouse gases emissions to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius as the ultimate goals on climate actions. The target has stated in the nationally determined contribution and the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050 has been formulated to the concrete strategy and roadmap to ensure that these commitments are met through policies and concrete actions. Leading by example, the approach is relevant for local government networks. Considering that humans are requiring water, hence, human settlements are normally situated at the coastal zones for water points. Regencies and cities in the coastal area may densely inhabited, with the consequences such as marine litter and high carbon emissions. Global CO2 emission from fuel combustion by sector is coming from electricity and heat for 42%, transportation 24%, residential 6%, and commercial 3%, as the data mentioned by IHS Market 2020. By 2019, global oil consumption was 30% higher than it had been in 2000. Oil and natural gas are also the feedstock for petrochemical from which chemical and plastics are made. A growing movement focuses on limiting the use of plastic straw and single-use plastic, especially owing to the ocean pollution and the debris washing up on beaches. Recyclability to replace single-use plastic has become priority. This is seen as part of the circular economy, where products are reused, recycled, and remade at the end of their lives instead of going into landfills. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, the local government has particular and important roles on environmental management, as the externalities are mainly in the level under local government affairs. All in all, regulation, incentive, institutional building, stakeholders' participation, research and capacity development, and financing mechanism in key environmental service sectors such as biodiversity conservation, solid waste management, wastewater treatment and remediation services are the enabling condition that would support further investment to ensure not only healthy and sustainable oceans, but also sustainable and resilient ocean economy. And thus, there is a potential of partnership to access technologies, expertise, and financing for this sector. With this, I congratulate for the new member and all delegates, and I open the PNLG 2022 and have a fruitful forum. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Siti Nurbaya. Will you please remain on stage? Please joining with us on stage Vice President PNLG Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar and Ms. Amy Gonzalez, Honorable Governor of Banten Province Bapak Dr. Al Muktabar and Bapak Sigit Reliantoro. To officially opening this ceremony, we'd like to request the Minister of Ministry, Environment and Forestry Indonesia to initiate the gong procession. Please be ready. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On 1, 2, and 3, please hit the gong. At this moment, we'd also like to present mangrove miniature, seaweed, art creation and finishing boat from Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar to Her Excellency Ibu Siti Nurbaya Bakar. All photographers may get set to capture the moment. We'd like to have this opportunity to have a group photo. Please remain on stage. We'd also like to request President of PNLG, Dr. Le Quang Nam, and all the online participants to turn on your camera video so we can also catch the group short photo. And we'd like to request all the head of delegation to join the group photo. Please joining us on stage, all the head of delegation. Once again, we'd like to request to all head of delegation to joining us on stage and have a group photo. Please be ready. On the count of 3, let's give the best smile and say, PNLG Tangerang. On 1, 2, and 3. PNLG Tangerang. Let's give your best smile. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you for the group photo session. Excellency Bu Siti Nurbaya Bakar, it's my honor to invite you to the site of the opening of exhibition outside this building for leading ribbon cutting ceremony. Kindly invited to join us, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, Ms. Amy Gonzalez, and all the head of delegation, and also Honorable Governor of Banten Province to joining exhibition opening ceremony. To all the head of delegation, we also request you for joining the opening exhibition ceremony outside this building. And to all delegates, it is time for coffee break outside this venue. And I'm requesting everyone to please be back at 10:30 sharp so that we can start General Assembly on time. Enjoy your coffee break.
To all participants, please try the coffee break. You can have snacks and tea or coffee in the beside of this room. In the beside of this room, we have coffee, tea, and some snacks. And we'll be right back at 10:30. Thank you. It is coffee break time. Please enjoy your time. You can have some snacks, tea or coffee in the beside of this room. We also have toilet and praying room. announcement to all participants and invited guests. A few minutes we will proceed General Assembly. Please get into the room and you can eat and drink in this room. To all participants and invited guests of PNLG event, a few minutes we will be faced General Assembly, so please get into this room. You can eat and drink in this room. Udah apa? Oke. Oke, kita lihat keadaan, suruh masuk dulu ya. We invite to all participants and invited guests to get into this room because General Assembly will be proceed in no time. Kami mengundang kepada seluruh peserta dan tamu undangan untuk kembali ke ballroom karena acara selanjutnya yaitu General Assembly. To all participants and invited guests, we invite you to get into this room because in a few minutes we will proceed the General Assembly. To liaison officer, please help the delegates enter the room. Because in a few minutes, we will proceed the General Assembly. Kepada seluruh peserta dan tamu undangan dipersilakan kembali ke tempat hall karena akan dimulai General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the participants and invited guests of PNLG event, a few minutes, we will proceed the General Assembly. Please be prepared. We are still waiting for Mr. Bupati Zaki Iskandar. I remind you that in the outside we have exhibition hall, so you can buy anything about traditional creativity from Indonesia in there. After this agenda.
C, 1, 2, 3, C, 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 A, 1, 2, 3.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome again and thank you for joining PNLG General Assembly 2022. For this year, we are happy to kindly request the President and Vice President of PNLG to chair and co-chair this session and to take over the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome His Excellency Dr. Le Quang Nam and Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar.
Distinguished delegates, it's in my great honor to open the 2022 PNLG Forum General Assembly. So thank you, PNLG member, for entrusting me to lead together with His Excellency Ahmed Zaki Iskandar to co-chair the forum. And let me also take this opportunity to thank Tangerang Regency on behalf of the PNLG for hosting this year's forum and acknowledge Mr. Iskandar, who will be co-chair for his excellent leadership in the General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call the General Assembly of the PNLG to order. May I call on the PNLG Secretariat to present the meeting agenda and request the PNLG member afterward to review and approve the agenda.
Good morning, everyone.
Xin chào
Greetings from the PNLG
tôi
Secretariat.
đại diện cho ban thư ký của PNLG.
Today's General Assembly
Và ngày hôm nay
includes
thì
the following
PNLG
agenda
sẽ bao
items.
gồm những
They
cái chương
are
trình sau.
Sorry, Chair. Can I continue?
Lỗi ngài chủ trì ạ, tôi xin được bắt đầu chương trình tiếp theo.
Yes, please continue.
Xin mời tiếp tục ạ.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Xin cảm ơn.
Good morning, everyone.
Xin chào
Greetings from the PNLG Secretariat.
PNLG ban thư ký
Today's General Assembly
hôm nay
includes the following items.
sẽ bao gồm những cái chương trình của
They
hôm
are
nay. Thứ nhất đó là
Sorry, Chair. It seems that I'm muted.
là
Already.
tôi đã
Now
bị,
we can hear you. Keep continue.
But while I'm talking, I'm muted.
Nhưng mà tôi thấy là
No,
tôi
no,
nói
no, no, no.
thì
We already.
cái mic nó
We
bị
can hear
tắt.
you.
Tôi nghe được.
Okay, so I will continue.
Yeah.
Chúng tôi sẽ tiếp tục bằng cách trình bày những cái chương trình.
Today's General Assembly includes the following agenda items. They are 2022
Thứ nhất,
accomplishment reports
việc
and
trình bày
2023
báo cáo
work
tổng thể
plan and
năm
budget.
2022 cũng như là cái chương trình hành động.
The implementation of PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022 to 2030. Induction of new members. Launching of Tangerang Initiative. Integrated Coastal Management System Recognition Ceremony, as well as the closing remarks. We sincerely hope you all will enjoy your stay in Tangerang, Indonesia, and will enjoy the forum on-site and virtually. Thank you. Over to Chair.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my name is Annabel Cayabyab from the province of Cavite, Philippines. I would like to reiterate that the agenda for the forum has been previously distributed and reviewed by the PNLG members. We agree with the agenda items to be discussed today, and thus, on behalf of the Cavite province and the PNLG members, I move for the approval of the agenda of the 2022 PNLG Forum as presented. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I am Mario Cabral.
Yeah.
I am Mario Cabral representing Timor-Leste. And I second Cavite Province motion for the approval of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Give the applause for Timor-Leste and Cavite. Thank you very much, Mr. Mario Cabral and Anna. Mr. President, can you please continue the meeting agenda?
So, distinguished guests, we have just agreed and approved the agenda presented by the Secretariat. Next, we would like to invite Dr. Pan King-Wo, the Deputy General Secretary, the PNLG Secretariat, the PEMSEA Vice President, and the Vice President of Hamon Xiamen University, China, to present the 2022 accomplishment report and 2023 plan. So Professor Fan Quinn-Huo, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, morning. It's my privilege to report to the General Assembly on behalf of PNLG Secretariat from Xiamen, China. It's a pity for we could not join you in Tangerang, Indonesia. I wish you all enjoy your stay in Indonesia for this exciting event. The past year has still been difficult for all of us. The PNLG Secretariat has been devoted to move forward with the guidance of PNLG Resource Facility, the Ministry of Natural Resources of China, Xiamen Municipal Government, and with the valuable support of all of you, the PNLG members. So we have been working very closely with PRF and particularly Tangerang this year to prepare for the annual forum. So thank you for all our partners. So therefore, we are pleased to make some progress to promote our network, so which I'd like to report to you. Since you already have had the documents on your hand, I'd like to make my report as short as possible. There are 6 items to highlight for the work of 2022. The first is conducting the 13th PNLG Executive Committee meeting virtually on last July 5th. We had productive discussion in the EC meeting, which many important decisions has been made, including laying a good foundation for the smooth conduct of the PNLG forum. The second is preparation for the annual forum. The PNLG sector, together with PRF and the host Tangerang Regency actively made preparations for the forum by discussing relevant issues at more than 10 online meetings. So let's thank all of them for their contribution to this organization for this forum. The third is active participation in the development of the SDS SEA implementation plan. So I was recommended as the representative of the PNLG sector to participate in the technical working group of the SDS SEA implementation plan. So we have had 3 meetings plus many email exchanges. So I'm pleased to see the voice of PNLG has been heard in the process. The fourth is the recruiting new members. So we are very happy to have received application from Gorontalo of Indonesia and the National Ocean Technology Center of the Ministry of Natural Resources of China in last June. The sector reviewed the application and submitted the recommendation to the EC for approval. So we will witness the signing ceremony today, and this will bring PNLG membership to 53 regular members and 4 associate members. So welcome to Gorontalo and NOTC, and wish more members will join us to our network. The fifth is the PNLG has taken effort to promote capacity building of our network, including actively providing training opportunity for PNLG members. So next year, the PNLG secretariat, together with PRF, COMI of Xiamen University, and the Xiamen Marine International Cooperation Center are going to organize the international workshop on science and management of blue carbon to share the research progress and the good practices on blue carbon with our members. So this workshop is a joint PNLG PNLC event and will be open to all our members, and we are looking forward to your active participation. So next is the compilation of the PNLG profile to promote information exchange and experience sharing among PNLG members. The PNLG profile is in now the last stage before it is ready to distribute. So in addition, PNLG Secretariat also organized the compilation of the Xiamen Marine Development typical cases to enrich the training materials for ICM. So the PNLG profile and the case study materials will be shared with you once completed. So next year, PNLG sector will continue to make full use of all relevant resources to provide training opportunity for members. So encourage knowledge sharing and expand ICM coverage. So PNLG will strengthen the cooperation with other international organizations and support the implementation of the strategy for sustainable development in the East Asian seas and the development of blue economy in accordance with the PNLG strategic action plan. So the work next year includes organize the important network event such as PNLC EC meeting and prepare for the PNLG annual forum. The second, encourage more cities, organizations, and other entities that embrace the idea of ICM to join PNLG and to scale up ICM. The third is jointly provide training opportunity with related organizations in response to the need of PNLG members. The second part is about the financial report. So as usual in 2022, the fund of PNLG consists of 2 resources: the sponsorship from Xiamen municipal government and the balance of membership fees. So the numbers are listed on the screen, so please kindly check. So in 2022, the Xiamen municipal government allocates $20,000 to support the operation of the PNLG sector. The fund was used to organize the EC meeting and meet the personnel costs and also the daily operation costs of the PNLG sector. And this year, there is no expenditures incurred from Xiamen account, and for Manila account, that will allocate estimated 3,600 some US dollar for PRF staffs attending the annual forum. For the next year, please see the funding sources in 2023 from the screen. In order to better serve the membership, the fund is proposed to be allocated for the following items. The first, as usual, the fund provided by the Xiamen municipal government will be used for the 14th PNLG EC meeting, the daily operation and the capacity building of the PNLG sector. And for the member fee account, the 30,000 US dollar from Xiamen account is proposed to allocate for the cost of the activities of training and information sharing. And the third is 6,000 US dollar from the Manila account is proposed to allocate for international travels for PNLG officers to attend the EC meeting and also annual forum, and also cost of experts and related supporting costs of the annual forum. So the total budget adds up to 56,000 US dollar. So that's all for my report. So thank you for your attention. Over to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Queen Ho, and thank you the Xiamen municipal government for its continued support, and also the PNLG Secretariat operation, and to the PEMSEA resources facility for coordinating the activity of the network. And now may I request the General Assembly to review and approve the 2023 work plan and budget.
Mr. Chair. Okay, my name is Haslina binti Amir.
So may I request the General Assembly to review and approve the 2023 work plan and budget.
Mr. Chair, I'm Haslina binti Amir of Selangor Water Management Authority. We join you in expressing our appreciation to Xiamen Municipal Government and PEMSEA Resource Facility for their continuing support to the PNLG. We also acknowledge the work summary presented by the PNLG Secretariat for 2022, despite the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in the implementations of our plan and program this year. The PNLG was still able to accomplish and pursue some collaborative work with selected partners. For the proposed work plan for 2023, we hope that the capacity building activities will benefit more members of the network. On behalf of LUAS and the PNLG members, I move to have the work plan and budget for 2023 approval as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aslina, for your approve. Mr. President, you may please continue the.
So we take note of the recommendation on capacity development of the network. The PNLG Secretariat and PRF will update the member on the capacity building activity that will be lined up for 2023. The 2023 work plan and budget is hereby approved as presented. And at this point, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, the Vice President of PNLG and Regent of Tangerang Regency, to chair the discussion on the agenda item on the implementation on PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2023-2030 and the introduction of the new PNLG member. So, Mr. Iskandar, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, Mr. President, Dr. Lee. I would like to remind the PNLG members of the adoption of the PNLG Strategic Action Plan for 2022 to 2030. During the 2021 PNLG Forum, with the signing of the pre-Sihanouk Declaration and the commitment that we made to implement our respective integrated coastal management program in support of the Strategic Action Plan and report on our progress during the annual PNLG Forum. I would like to invite Mrs. Nancy Bermas, Senior Program Manager of PEMSEA Resources Facilities, to present the progress in the implementation of 2022-2030 PNLG Strategic Action Plan since its adoption in 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends and colleagues. I am pleased to introduce the progress made in the implementation of the PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022 to 2030. Okay, so as the General Assembly is aware, the PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022 to 2030 was adopted on December 1, 2021 through the signing of the PREA-Sihanouk Declaration during the 2021 PNLG Forum that PREA-Sihanouk Cambodia hosted. And the SAP has three major program components. These include strengthening governance and partnerships, implementation of management programs, focusing on biodiversity conservation, pollution reduction, fisheries management, water use and conservation, and so on, and improving the monitoring, evaluation, and reporting mechanism of the network. So the objectives of the PNLG Strategic Action Plan are achieved by identifying targets and actions under these three major program components. So the report that I'm presenting will cover the period January to October 2022. Next slide, please. Okay, so some of the information presented here have already been covered by the presentation of the PNLG Secretariat, but I will just elaborate on some of them. So the governance and partnerships component program aims to strengthen the regional network and expand the PNLG membership. And under this program component, there are a number of action programs or priority programs that are identified. So Dr. Fang of the PNLG Secretariat has already elaborated on the conduct of the 13th PNLG Executive Committee meeting on July 5, 2022, where the hosting of the current PNLG Forum, the evaluation of the application of new PNLG members, as well as the plan for next year, as well as the accomplishment for this year were discussed. The ICM system recognition and certification system, we have for this year 6 PNLG members who have been able to achieve level 1 recognition and level 2 recognition. This particular system, we have introduced this some time ago in 2015. but a number of PNLG members have pursued higher level implementation of their ICM programs. For capacity building and joint learning events, one of our associate PNLG members, the Fujian Institute for Sustainable Oceans, organized virtual training sometime on 28 June to July 1, 2022. And a number of our PNLG members also participated in that joint learning event. For good practices and knowledge management, as elaborated by Dr. Fang, the PNLG Secretariat has been preparing the PNLG newsletter. As PEMSEA, on the other hand, the PEMSEA website houses the PNLG microsite, and we hope that we will be able to update the microsite in such a way that we upload the good practices and knowledge products that we can receive from the PNLG members to also disseminate it widely. Dr. Pang mentioned about the PNLG members profile, which is a work on progress. And today, we're having the 2022 PNLG Forum, and unfortunately, we do not have a volunteer local government yet to host the 2023 PNLG Forum. Okay, so for the expansion or scaling up the PNLG membership and facilitating networking, we are welcoming 2 new PNLG members. One, the Gorontalo province from Indonesia, a new PNLG local government member, and the National Ocean Technology Center of the Ministry of Natural Resources in China as our new associate member. So bringing the membership to 53 local government members from 10 countries and 4 associate members, mainly from China. So we are giving a rating of positive. We've accomplished, I think, we've accomplished significantly in terms of implementing the targeted actions under this program component. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the management program, the focus is implementing priority management programs which are aligned with global and regional targets and commitments. And we heard from Ibu City this morning about the importance of the local governments in contributing to achieving global and regional targets. And this is exactly what we are doing. If you recall, during the 2016 ANSAN PNLG Forum, we signed the ANSAN Declaration and we identified programs that are in line with 4 SDG targets, which are shown here. So clean water and sanitation, climate action, SDG 13, sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, and life below water, SDG 14. And our agreement then was for you to report your progress, and we identified several indicators for you to report your progress in implementing programs and projects that directly contributes to these SDG targets. So right now, we were not able to consolidate actually the progress made by the members in terms of implementing programs related to these SDG targets. So we hope that we will be able to improve the monitoring and reporting mechanism in such a way that we can consolidate all the achievements of the network at the network level, which I think have a greater impact than in your individual program. So we are giving a rating of, although in progress, but I think we have not done much. Most of the activities that we have implemented that directly supports these targets are actually PEMSEA driven. Like we have the Arafura and Timor Seas Ecosystem Action Phase 2 project, which is being implemented where Indonesia and Timor-Leste are our priority countries. And PEMSEA has also implemented the ASEAN-Norwegian project in Cavite Province, Philippines, that addresses, I think, sustainable cities and communities as well as clean water and sanitation. And in partnership with the International Global IGES, International Global Environmental Strategies of Japan, we've also developed a local adaptation pathway for Guimaras Province, which addresses SDG 13. Next slide, please. So for the third program component on monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, the objective is to transfer available monitoring and evaluation tools and methodologies to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation capacities and of the network, as well as giving them better access to knowledge platforms to disseminate the PNLG members' accomplishments. So here we have listed a number of items that directly contribute to, it's not working, to each of the priority programs. So for access to tools and methodologies, we have the regional centers of excellence that have expertise in pollution management, in climate change, adaptation and disaster risk reduction, and on marine protected area management. And we of course have the PEMSEA Network of Learning Center. We also have the PEMSEA non-country partners, as well as our associate members who have expertise on a number of sectors that can help local governments to improve and strengthen their planning process. So what we will do in this particular target is we will develop a capacity development plan for the PNLG that would match the training or capacity needs of the network. For the methodology for ICM effectiveness, we have developed a framework, evaluation framework, a harmonized evaluation framework and indicators to measure the effectiveness of ICM. This has been pilot tested in China, and we hope that we will be able to also apply it in other PNLG members. And we are in the process of refining the framework. For the state of the coast reporting, we have the SOC reporting in place, and a number of you have developed their state of the coast report. But of course, we are not confined to just SOC reporting. If you have a similar reporting mechanism like a state of the coast, state of environment reporting, or ecosystem health report card, that can also be considered as your M&E tool. So we hope to be able to again pursue the SOC reporting, because I think we need it to enable us to measure if indeed we are progressing in terms of achieving our targets. For the knowledge exchange platform, we have also developed the PNLG tracking tool as a means for us to determine if we are achieving our targets in terms of the 4 SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. But we need again to improve our reporting mechanism. So we thought that we might need a simplified reporting system so that we can consolidate across the 53 or 54 local government members. And again, we hope that we will be able to share and document the good practices. I think we are not short of good practices. What we lack is the documentation. So our rating is we are in progress, but we have not done much. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think we need to improve after 2006. The PNLG was launched in 2006. So how many years was that? And I think we need to improve the reporting process so that we can also enhance the PNLG's visibility. The PNLG Secretariat, Dr. Fang, mentioned about the Sustainable Development Strategy for the Seas of East Asia Implementation Plan, which PEMSEA is currently formulating. And in that plan, the role of the local government is highlighted, particularly in ICM scaling up and in the implementation of management programs, for instance, related to marine protected area management, like implementing your local climate change action plan and so on. And so we are referring to the PNLG as a unique network of local governments because we are one of a kind, and we were launched in 2001 as a regional network and was formally inaugurated as a PNLG in 2006, and we're still expanding. And we are being recognized as one of those entities that are contributing to achieving global targets. So during the I think Rio Plus 20, this adage, global is local, local is global, was very famous, and we thought that through the PNLG, we can actually operationalize how we can contribute to the global targets through our local, through our activities at the local level. So for looking forward, in terms of improving the reporting process, we would like to include the PNLG in the reporting of progress at the East Asian Seas Partnership Council, since the PNLG is a non-country partner of PEMSEA. And also during the East Asian Seas Congresses, as well as other forum, aside from, of course, our annual event. Next, please. Okay, that would be all from me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bernas. And I would like to invite the PNLG members to provide their comments or additional input and suggestion on enhancing the implementation of the strategic action plan and in actively engaging the PNLG member in reporting their progress in support of the action plan. Please, if there are any comments, suggestion, or maybe the input for the action plan? Anyone? Okay. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Le? Okay. So, I assume everyone happy with this action plan. Thank you, Mrs. Bernas, for your presentation. And I would like to request the PRF and PNLG Secretariat to take into consideration if there are any suggestion made by the members, if they cannot present it here, maybe by the email or anything else, by the member of the Strategic Action Plan Implementation and Reporting. The PNLG Secretariat will receive application, or already has received application from Gorontalo Province. Any representative from Gorontalo Province at the moment? Please raise, okay, thank you very much. For regular membership and the National Ocean Technology Center, or NOTC, of the Ministry of Natural Resources China for associate membership. Any representative from NOTC? Online, okay, thank you very much. May I invite Mr. Lin Huan Yuan, Executive Deputy Secretary General of PNLG Secretariat, to introduce the result of the review made by PNLG Executive Committee during their meeting on 5th of July 2022 on the application for new PNLG membership. Please, Mr. Lin.
PNLG Secretary received the application material from Gorontalo Province, Indonesia, and National Ocean Technology Center of Ministry of Natural Resources, China, for joining PNLG in June 2022. The PNLG Secretariat reviewed the application based on the PNLG Charter and submit the recommendation to the PNLG Executive Committee for final review and approval. The EC approved the application of Gorontalo Province, Indonesia, for regular membership and Natural Ocean Technology Center of Ministry of Natural Resources, China, for associate membership at the EC meeting conducted on July the Field 2022. Gorontalo's province has made some progress in restoration of mangrove ecosystem coral reefs, transportation, while National Ocean Technology Center has been devoted to the marine spatial planning and integrated coastal management. Their values and mission align with that of PNLG's. This is a hope that after joining PNLG, Gorontalo's province and National Ocean Technology Center will follow the PNLG charter, actively participate in PNLG-related activities, and jointly promote the sustainable coastal development of the East Asia Sea. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lin. With the acceptance of Gorontalo Province and the National Ocean Technology Center, the PNLG membership will increase to 53 local government members and 4 associate members spanning 10 countries in East Asia region. Please give applause for the new member. Thank you very much. And now may I invite the representative from Gorontalo Province and the National Ocean Technology Center to sign the PNLG Charter. And may I also invite Dr. Lee Kwan Nam, Mrs. Amy Gonzalez, and Dr. Suk Jae Kwon to serve as witnesses to another important milestone of the PNLG.
Gorontalo adalah negeri dengan sejuta pesona. Negeri dengan kekayaan geologi, biologi, dan budaya yang berpadu dengan keramahan penduduknya. Harta bumi di utara Sulawesi yang terangkat dari kedalaman samudra, tempat sejuta pesona menampakkan keunikannya. Gorontalo bukan hanya the heart of Celebes. Gorontalo adalah the hidden paradise. Di depan pintu the hidden paradise yang damai ini, kami menanti Anda dengan hati yang hangat.
All right, we'll invite Mr. Budianto Sodiki of Gorontalo Province representative to deliver the acceptance speech.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I would like to correct the name because I represent Pak Budi. Because he cannot attend this meeting, and I stand here for representing Pak Budi and Gorontalo Province. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Co-Chair, distinguished
Pak Ahmad Zaki Iskandar, the Vice PNLG President and the region of Tangerang Regency, distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen. Let me allow to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude for the approval of Gorontalo joining the PMC program. I am also personally deeply honored to be invited to the very important meeting and discussion about the way we should take to manage our coastal area sustainably, especially in regard to the induction of Gorontalo province as the new member of PNLG. I myself was involved in the initial discussion with the Center of Coastal and Marine Resource Studies of Bogor University in promoting Gorontalo's involvement in PMC works. You know, Gorontalo is smallest province in the northern part of Sulawesi. It's just about 12 kilometers square with a population about more than 1 million people. So it's very small. And Gorontalo is a newly established province in Indonesia. It was established in 2000, at the beginning of the decentralization era. And as the new province, Gorontalo pursues regional development with a focus on economic and infrastructure. It has led to negative impacts in lowland areas, in particular coastal region. So as considered coastal region, Gorontalo province is interested to develop an integrated coastal management program to support our SDGs program. Today, sustainable coastal management is embedded in the midterm planning document 2023-2026 under the strategy of improving carrying capacity. We hope that being the member of PNLG, Gorontalo Province government will have support in the wider field regarding strengthening regional seas management, food security, habitat protection, marine pollution, and the blue economy. We also expected that as part of the network, Gorontalo provincial government could have a chance to share experiences about ICM with other members. Finally, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, before concluding my remarks, I would like to reiterate our common intention on this ICM approach as the one of the very effective tools to promote sustainable development. Being participating in this important agenda, I wish not only collect updated information and knowledge in coastal management, but also will have a chance to seek new collaboration with all of you delegates from some other countries in making ICM works in Gorontalo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak, for your speech. So we will like to wait for your invitation for us to visiting Gorontalo province. Thank you. Now, may I invite the representative from NOTC to deliver the acceptance speech. they have a problem with this connection in NOTC, so we'll have them speech later on. Anyway, now we continue. I would like to turn over the floor to Dr. Le Quang Nam to chair the remaining agendas items of the General Assembly. Over to you, Dr. Le.
Thank you, Mr. Iskandar, for chairing the discussion on the two key agenda items of the General Assembly. So next, we would like to listen to initiative to enhance the resilience in the coastal area. This is the Tanggara initiative. So we would like to invite Professor Lucky Adrianto, Faculty of Fishery and Marine Science, IPP University, Indonesia, and member, Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Study, for delivering the initiative.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants, especially the His Excellencies Region of Tangerang Regency, Pak Ahmad Zaki Iskandar, as the Vice President of PNLG, as well as the Dr. Liu from Danang as the President of the PNLG, all of the distinguished members of the PNLG, distinguished participants, friends, and colleagues. My name is Lucky Adrianto from IPB University. I would like to, in this very strategic occasion, to introduce very briefly the Tangerang Initiative. The Tangerang Initiative is very inclusive and collaborative initiative in strengthening the resilience of the coastal area in the regions of the East of the South Asia through the applications of the integrated coastal management. In the regards of these facing complexities, challenges of the climate change, post-pandemic COVID-19, as well as the dynamic of the economic condition in the next futures after the sum of the Ukraine and Russian wars and others challenges of the global economic situation, the importance of the coastal and marine resources within this area or region is very still important. In that regards, actually the PNLG's membership, as based on the leadership of Papa Ahmad Zaki Iskandar, and I just would like to commit it through the Tangerang Initiative to demonstrate, maintain, still remaining, share the knowledge through the application of the integrated coastal management through the very four strategic action. The first is the increasing the effectiveness of the coastal and marine resource governance. Second one, improving the health of the ocean of the region through the ICM scaling up. Number three is improving the health of people through the strengthening the participants, all of the stakeholders, as already been mentioned by the SDGs platform, there is no life behind. And the last one, number four, is advancing the health and inclusiveness of the economies through the building inclusive, sustainable blue economies in the region. So that's all of the introduction briefly of the Tangerang Initiative that will be launched today. And we do hope all of the stakeholders, government, academics, civil societies, and others would like to support the Tangerang Initiative for the next future. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. the Chairman, President Dr. Le, you may lead the floor, please.
So next we would like to invite Mr. Iskandar to launch the Tangerang initiative.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Le.
Xin cảm ơn.
On behalf of Tangerang Regency, the host of local government of the 2022 PNLG Forum, I would like to invite to all our PNLG members to adopt the Tangerang Initiative as an affirmation to our commitment to implement measures to strengthen coastal resilience in support of the PNLG Strategic Action Plan. Okay. Okay, to all members of PNLG, Tangerang Initiative on Strengthening Coastal Resilience through Inclusive and Sustainable Integrated Coastal Management. 2022 PNLG Forum, 26 of October 2022, Tangerang Regency, Indonesia. We, representative of local government and the stakeholders of the countries of the Seas of East Asia region, have gathered this day in Tangerang Regency, Indonesia, on the occasion of the 2022 PEMSEA, Network of Local Government or PNLG Forum, mindful of our commitments and responsibilities in promoting sustainable, resilient, and inclusive blue economics as called for in the PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022-2023, which provides local government action to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Strategy for the Seas of East Asia, SDSC, and its implementation plan for 2023-2027. We reaffirm our strong commitment as a non-country partner of PEMSEA in implementing the SDS and SEE, which recognize and applies integrated coastal management or ICM as an effective management framework and a systematic approach to achieve sustainable development of the coastal and marine areas. We will vigorously promote the continuing expansion of PNLG as more local government and stakeholders acknowledge the value of the network as an effective platform for information exchange, knowledge sharing, and showcasing best practices and lessons in the local implementation of coastal and marine programs. We remain steadfast in our commitment to share the knowledge and experience as advocates to ICM, particularly in developing, demonstrating, maintaining, and continually improving the application of ICM across the region through these following action. A. Increasing the effectiveness of coastal and marine governance through strengthening national and local coastal and ocean policy and institutional mechanism, as well as building capacity of local stakeholders on effective and inclusive ICM implementation. B. Improving the health of ocean through ICM scaling up program based on effective regulatory framework and functional and structural adaptive policy integration and implementing programs on biodiversity conservation and habitat protection, climate change adaptation, and pollution reduction and waste management in the coastal and marine areas to promote coastal ecosystem resilience. C. Improving the health of people through strengthening the participation of coastal community and building stronger and sustainable livelihood programs for ensuring social and economic resilience. And D. Advancing the health and inclusiveness of our economies through building sustainable local blue economics and creating stronger partnership between public and private sectors. We will report on the progress towards meeting these targets in support of the implementation of the PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022-2030 using the PNLG SAP tracking mechanism during the annual PNLG Forum. We call on the PNLG Secretariat to provide operational support to the PNLG activities, the PEMSEA network of learning center to provide technical advice and assistance in ICM implementation, and in convening joint PNLG, PNLC learning events, and the PEMSEA resource facility to monitor the action and the impact of implementing the PNLG SAP 2022-2023, and to promote cooperation in education and training and capacity development activities related to ICM, in particular, and sustainable coastal and marine development in general. We encourage international organizations, donors, scientific and technical organizations, the academy and the business sector to partner with local governments in their quest to develop, implement, and continually improve integrated coastal management program as outlined in the PNLG Strategic Action Plan 2022-2030. Adopted in Tangerang Regency, Indonesia this 26th day of October in the year 2022. Thank you.
Approval and commitment for the Tangerang initiative. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the ICM code and recognition system is one of the targets of the PNLG SAP. May I call on Ms. Nancy Bermas to introduce the ICM system certificate process and the result of the evaluation of the ICM system of 4 PNLG members who embark on the process with the support of PEMSEA Resources Facilities and the Ministry of Natural Resources, China. Please.
may I request for my presentation, please? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so let me walk you through the ICM system certification for the PEMSEA network of local governments. Next slide, please. So we have introduced the ICM code sometime, I think, in 2015, where a number of our PNLG members actually received level 1 recognition. And we developed the ICM code as a voluntary standard that measures the performance of the PNLG members in implementing their integrated coastal management system. So the code is now a PEMSEA certified document, and we are promoting it to our local government partners because it measures the performance of the local governments in implementing their ICM programs. And one thing unique with the ICM code is the requirements are measurable and auditable, and it conforms to the requirements of 2 international standards, particularly ISO 9001, the Quality Management System, and ISO 14001, Environmental Management System. Next slide, please. Okay, so there are 3 levels of ICMS certification depending on the level of implementation of your ICM program. So those who are new to developing and implementing their ICM program, probably you will vie for level 1. And for those whose ICM programs are maturing, you might vie for level 2. And for those who are really doing their ICM program efficiently and are showing positive impacts in terms of social, ecological, and economic indicators might aim for level 3. So level 1, proficient ICM governance. So there are already in place the basic elements of an ICM program, which includes the institutional arrangements, availability of annual budget and staff and work plan, a long and medium-term strategic plan, a state-of-the-coast reporting, a stakeholder participation process, and so on. So if you are if you're buying for level 1, so you are compliant to level 1 ICM code requirements. For effective ICM system level 2, there are significant progress that are already in place, and there are environmental benefits that are being demonstrated. And under level 2, you are consistent with the requirements of ISO 9001 and 14001. And for the blue economy level, it shows high level of excellence in ICM. And this particular level, as I mentioned already, you are already seeing benefits in terms of improvements in social indicators, ecological indicators, and economic indicators. And you are able to continually maintain and improve your system. Next slide, please. Okay, so this shows the process. There are 4 local governments that were included in this assessment. These include Da Nang, Vietnam, Guimaras Province, Philippines, Preah Sihanouk, Cambodia, and Tangerang Regency in Indonesia. So we started with a webinar to introduce the requirements of the ICM system, and we walk them through the required documentation and so on. And step 2, documentation and self-assessment. One of the major outputs under this step is the preparation of an ICMS manual, which shows all of the processes and the interaction or linkages of these processes to other relevant sectors. It also requires the local governments to compile the necessary documents in terms of available data and records, particularly on governance as well as management programs. They were also required to conduct a self-assessment to ensure that they are in compliance to whatever level they are aiming for. So they have to show evidence of compliance. And for steps 3 and 4, we conducted level 2 assessment for the 3 provinces, Guimaras, Preah Sihanouk, and the city of Da Nang. They were previously certified for level 1. That's why they are now aiming for level 2. And step 4, the assessment for Tangerang was conducted recently in October. So the process was completed, the evaluation between August to October for the 4 sites, for the 4 PNLG members. And so the results of the assessment showed that Danang, Guimaras, and Priasianok, their ICM system has been institutionalized, meaning it's already embedded or mainstream into the local government's mechanism. And there are also visible stress reduction programs or visible changes, for instance, in water quality or increase in mangrove cover and so on. And for level 1 for Tangerang, their ICM system is established and operational, and they have management programs that are in place, planned, and already initiated. And I think during the site visit tomorrow afternoon and on Friday morning, we will see their accomplishments. At the same time, the China PEMSEA Center based in Qingdao, China, also conducted level 1 and level 2 assessment for 2 PNLG members in China. So in China, they have an assessment team who were trained to conduct audit for the ICMS. So 2 additional sites have passed level 1 and level 2 recognition. I think that would be all from me for the process. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you've heard the process of how select local governments actually passed the ICM certification system. So I am pleased, on behalf of the Partnerships in Environmental Management for the Seas of East Asia, I am pleased to present the 4 government. Oh, yes. Before I do so, I would like to call on the witnesses. I think we have Madam Noraini, Dr. Kwan, face-to-face, physically, and also Mr. Lin of Xiamen Municipal Bureau online. 2 of the local governments are here, and then 2 are also present online. Okay. So this ICM certification is presented to the Regency of Tangerang. This is ICM Code Level 1. Yeah, certification. Congratulations, sir. May I call on the, yeah, sure, the representative from the province of Guimaras. Oh, okay. So PEMSEA is pleased to present to the province of Guimaras, Philippines, ICM certification level 2. Congratulations. And online, we have ICM certification level 2 for the province of Priasianok, Cambodia. The ICM system certification for level 2 for Danang. Oh, this is Cambodia, sorry. Yeah. We should have a hologram next time. Okay, and now we have the city of Da Nang, represented by Dr. Lee. Congratulations to all those who passed the certification. And I wish that more members are going to apply. And for those who have been certified, that you will continue to improve your system so that we can achieve better results together. Thank you.
For 4 PNLG members to receive the ICM cost recognition system. So we will always manage and preserve and also enhance the system to continue improve our ICM system. And I also would like to encourage other PNLG members to pursue certificate of other ICM systems. So next, we would like to invite the National Ocean Technology Center for the acceptance speech. So once again, we would like to invite the National Ocean Technology Center to deliver the acceptance speech.
OK， 翻译，你就没事，你这样可以，行，可以你这是说，
那你们有那个访谈吗？We would like to have a warm welcome from NOTC, the new member of PNLG. Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please advance.
Hello, can you hear the voice?
Yes, you can watch.
OK, continue. OK. 可以吗？可以。我就不开始了啊。女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家下午好。
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon.
我是国家 PNLG 联会。
I'm Chen Wujun from National Ocean Technology Center. It gives me great pleasure to participate in the 2022 forum of the PEMSEA network of local governments on behalf of NOTC, Ministry of Natural Resources of the People's Republic of China.
首先感谢印度尼西亚昂格朗市的热情邀请。其次，很高兴国家海洋技术中心能够加入 PNLG 这个大平台。
First of all, I would like to thank the Tangerang Regency, Indonesia, for your kind invitation. And secondly, I'm very happy that NOTC would join PNLG as an associate member.
国家海洋技术中心创建于1965年，是隶属于中国自然资源部的国家公益性事业单位。
NOTC is a national public welfare institution founded in 1965, directly administered by the Ministry
of Natural Resources of China.
主要职责是负责对国家海洋技术中心发展实施业务指导，对国家海洋自然资源管理、海洋公益服务及海洋安全保障提供技术支撑。
The main responsibilities are to be responsible for guiding the national marine technology development and to provide technical support for national marine natural resources management, marine public service, and marine security guarantee.
国家海洋技术中心坚持人与自然和谐共生和可持续发展的理念，一直致力于研究和推广基于生态系统的海洋空间规划和海岸带综合管理。
Pursuing the idea of harmonious coexistence between human and nature and sustainable development, NOTC has been devoted to research and promote ecosystem-based marine spatial planning and integrated coastal management.
在东亚海区域，自2013年开始，国家海洋技术中心与柬埔寨环境部开展海洋空间规划合作，与印尼上马图兰吉大学的海洋与海岸带管理合作也渐入佳境。
In the East Asian Seas region, NOTC started the marine spatial planning cooperation with the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia since 2013, and the cooperation with Indonesia Samratulangi University on marine and coastal management are getting better.
国家海洋技术中心的发展理念与 PNLG 的使命和远景十分切合。
NOTC's idea for development align with PNLG's vision and mission.
今后，国家海洋技术中心将与各成员单位和协作单位一道，共同推广海岸带综合管理实践和经验，为实现东亚海地区海岸带可持续发展贡献力量。
In the future, NOTC will work with other PNLG members to jointly promote the practice and the experience of integrated coastal management and make efforts to achieve sustainable coastal development in the East Asian Seas region.
最后，预祝本次论坛圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Finally, let me wish the forum all success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give him applause to NOTC for their speech. And on behalf of Dr. Lee, I would like to invite Mr. Van Sere Soporn of Kamput, Cambodia to participate on this Tangerang Initiative suggestion. Please. Okay.
Hello. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, my name is Van Sre Sopon of Kampot, Cambodia. On behalf of the PNLG members who are presented here today, we move to adopt the Tangerang initiative as presented. And we join you in clearing our commitment to implement program in line with the recommended action that are identified in the initiative and in support of the PNLG sub. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Van Sere Sopon of Kamput. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Dr. Lee, you may continue. Dr. Lee.
gentlemen, after a very effective meeting, we come to the conclusion of the General Assembly. So once again, I'm deeply grateful for your participation and engagement and support in successfully concluding the General Assembly. So next, I would like to call on Mr. Iskandar to formally close the General Assembly and give the concluding remark. So please, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lee. So for all the member of PNLG, thank you very much for your suggestion, for your speech regarding the Tangerang initiative. And I wish we could increasing our communication and coordination regarding our PNLG strategic action plan for 2022, 2027, and 2030. And for that we already agree and commit to follow the Tangerang initiative. And as well as the Secretariat of PEMSEA will be happy to help and share all success program, success stories to all the members of PNLG. Once again, I would like to thank you for everyone, for all the members, and I would like to thank you for all the participants today that attending this summit meeting by online or offline. And I know we already passed the lunch time, so I'm not speaking anymore. So thank you very much and congrats to all new members. Give them applause for Gorontalo and NOTC. Thank you.
As we heard the closing remarks presented by co-chair of PNLG Forum 2022, Bapak Ahmed Zaki Iskandar, we officially now close the General Assembly Annual Meeting of PNLG 2022. I think we deserve a big round of applause to everyone here. We'd like to have this opportunity to present plaque of appreciation from Secretary of Tangerang Regency to Executive Director PEMSEA Resource Facility, Ms. Amy Gonzalez, and Senior Program Manager PEMSEA Resource Facility, Ms. Nancy Bermas. Please joining us on stage. I'd like to introduce our Secretary of Tangerang Regency, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Muhammad Maisar Rasid MSc, to present the plaque of appreciation.
Don't worry, for all delegates, you all will receive these goodie bags from Tangerang. Golden Globe. Yes. Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please kindly return to your seat. I'm happy to inform you now it's lunch time. The buffet lunch is served outside the meeting venue. Please be reminded to convene here for the seminar session. Enjoy your lunch and see you later.
It is time for having lunch. For lunch is beside this room. You can take your lunch and eat in this room. For praying room is beside the toilet in front of this hall. So to all liaison officer, please help the delegates to go to having lunch. The lunch time is until 2:30. Sorry, the lunch time is until 1:30. The lunch time is until 1:30 and you should be back in this room.
Hutan bakau habitat untuk banyak biota. Mari kita rawat, kita jaga bersama. Pantai Ketapang menjadi tujuan wisata. Mari buat indah, lestarikan bakaunya. Mari kembangkan untuk tujuan wisata. Buat bakau indah, masyarakat
Sorry
bergaya.
for
Cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
lunch time until 2:30. Reminding again for lunch time until 2:30. So after lunch you can go to praying room. For Muslim, the praying room is beside this hall. Thank you and have a good lunch.
Jadi penyelamat di Kecamatan Mau untuk mencegah abrasi dan juga untuk dekarbonisasi. Maka dari itu, bakau jadi sarana penting dalam kelestarian Pantai Ketapang. Pohon mangga, pohon turi. Pohon turi punya Bu Susi. Pantai Ketapang indah lestari, bakau hadir untuk cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
Halo semuanya, kita mau ngasih tahu nih. Ternyata ada tempat wisata baru loh di Kabupaten Tangerang. Namanya Ketapang Urban Aquaculture yang berlokasi di Kecamatan Mau. Di tempat ini, kita bisa melihat kawasan hutan mangrove yang menjadi penyelamat pesisir pantai dari terjangan gelombang laut di pantai Desa Ketapang. Oleh karena itu, tempat yang berlokasi di kawasan pesisir pantai ini juga dijadikan tempat konservasi mangrove oleh pihak pemerintah daerah loh. Oh iya, di sini juga ada kawasan pemukiman nelayan yang tadinya kumuh kini kian menjadi tertata berkat adanya pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh pihak pemerintah daerah. Yuk berkunjung ke Ketapang Urban Aquaculture untuk melihat keindahan kawasan hutan mangrove dengan lebih dekat.
Hai, aku Ayu dan ini dia perjalananku mencari tahu tentang Desa Ketapang. Di sepanjang jalan menuju Desa Ketapang, kalian akan banyak menjumpai aktivitas warga pesisir dan juga disuguhi dengan view pinggir pantai yang menarik loh. Nah, Taman Mangrove Ketapang ini berada di Kecamatan Mau, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten.
Hey guys, aku lagi di Desa Ketapang.
Setiap sudut di tempat ini juga bagus banget buat diabadikan dan dijadikan bahan postingan sosial media kalian. Nah, yang ikonik dari mangrove ini adalah bangunan lingkar yang menjadi one of the best view di Ketapang. Jadi, dengan banyak keunggulan di dalamnya, Desa Ketapang layak jadi primadona dan mestinya masuk sih ke dalam list jalan-jalan kalian. Gak jauh dari sini juga ada tempat pelelangan ikan di Pelabuhan Situis. Aku tunggu kedatangan kalian di Desa Ketapang. Aku Ayu, sampai jumpa.
This is my story about a hidden village on the coast of Tangerang Regency. This is beautiful Ketapang Village. A village with many new charms. Located in Mok District, Tangerang Regency. A village that has been transformed into a prima donna. Wrapped in mangrove forest that protects the village from the waves of the sea. Born of many stories. Beautiful place to visit. Territory of great fishermen. Surrounded by very beautiful boats. That's Ketapang Village.
Hutan bakau habitat untuk banyak biota. Mari kita rawat, kita jaga bersama. Pantai Ketapang menjadi tujuan wisata. Mari buat indah, lestarikan bakaunya. Mari kembangkan untuk tujuan wisata. Buat bakau indah, masyarakat pun berdaya. Cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi. Lawan polusi untuk anak cucu nanti. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang, Kecamatan Maok, Kabupaten Tangerang bisa jadi desa wisata dengan pengembangan industri mangrove. Karena bisa jadi habitat untuk berbagai biota laut. Mari kembangkan untuk jadi desa wisata dengan lihat potensi edukasi biota, lestarikan alam untuk kesejahteraan, bakau tanaman sejuta pengharapan. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang jadi penyelamat di Kecamatan Maok untuk mencegah abrasi dan juga untuk dekarbonisasi. Maka dari itu, bakau jadi sarana penting dalam kelestarian Pantai Ketapang. Pohon mangga, pohon turi punya Bu Susi. Pantai Ketapang indah lestari, bakau hadir untuk cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
Halo semuanya, kita mau ngasih tahu nih. Ternyata ada tempat wisata baru loh di Kabupaten Tangerang. Namanya Ketapang Urban Aquaculture yang berlokasi di Kecamatan Mauk. Di tempat ini, kita bisa melihat kawasan hutan mangrove yang menjadi penyelamat pesisir pantai dari terjangan gelombang laut di pantai Desa Ketapang. Oleh karena itu, tempat yang berlokasi di kawasan pesisir pantai ini juga dijadikan tempat konservasi mangrove oleh pihak pemerintah daerah loh. Oh iya, di sini juga ada kawasan pemukiman nelayan yang tadinya kumuh kini kian menjadi tertata berkat adanya pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh pihak pemerintah daerah. Yuk berkunjung ke Ketapang Urban Aquaculture untuk melihat keindahan kawasan hutan mangrove dengan lebih dekat.
Hai, aku Ayu dan ini dia perjalananku mencari tahu tentang Desa Ketapang. Di sepanjang jalan menuju Desa Ketapang, kalian akan banyak menjumpai aktivitas warga pesisir dan juga disuguhi dengan view pinggir pantai yang menarik loh. Nah, Taman Mangrove Ketapang ini berada di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten.
Hai guys, aku lagi di Desa Ketapang.
Setiap sudut di tempat ini juga bagus banget buat diabadikan dan dijadikan bahan postingan sosial media kalian. Nah, yang ikonik dari mangrove ini adalah bangunan lingkar yang menjadi one of the best view di Ketapang. Jadi, dengan banyak keunggulan di dalamnya, Desa Ketapang layak jadi primadona dan mestinya masuk sih ke dalam list jalan-jalan kalian. Gak jauh dari sini juga ada tempat pelelangan ikan di Pelabuhan Situis. Aku tunggu kedatangan kalian di Desa Ketapang. Aku Ayu, sampai jumpa.
This is my story about a hidden village on the coast of Tangerang Regency. This is beautiful Ketapang Village. A village with many new charms. Located in Mok District, Tangerang Regency. a village that has been transformed into a prima donna. Wrapped in mangrove forest that protects the village from the waves of the sea. Born of many souls, beautiful place to visit. Territory of great fishermen, surrounded by very beautiful boats. That's Ketapang Village.
Taman Mangrove Desa Ketapang terletak di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang. Memiliki luas kurang lebih 416 hektar persegi. Dengan keindahan hutan mangrove yang menjadi primadona destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Mayoritas penduduk setempat adalah nelayan yang saat pagi menjelang membawa hasil tangkapannya lalu dijual kepada masyarakat sekitar. Dengan program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, diharapkan konservasi lingkungan ini bisa mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan sebagai tempat pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya. Ketapang Urban Aquaculture merupakan salah satu kawasan yang dikembangkan oleh pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang yang akan menjadi tuan rumah PEMSEA dan akan dikunjungi oleh delegasi dari 10 negara di Asia Timur dalam event internasional PNLG. Mari kita jaga bersama agar Desa Ketapang menjadi destinasi ekowisata yang mendunia.
Berkembang adalah hal yang sudah pasti terjadi. Maka kali ini, Kabupaten Tangerang berkembang melalui program Gerbang Mapan atau gerakan membangun masyarakat pantai.
Program ini dilaksanakan di Ketapang ini khususnya, Kampung Pelelangan.
Kawasan yang luas serta beragamnya keindahan di Desa Ketapang membuat desa ini menjadi primadona. Destinasi wisata taman mangrove dan pusat kuliner seafood bersiap untuk dikembangkan.
Konsep Gerbang Mapan ini adalah penataan satu kawasan wilayah yang komprehensif.
Dengan adanya program ini, Camat Mauk berharap warganya bisa meningkatkan perekonomian dan dapat menjaga fasilitas yang sudah diberikan oleh pemerintah. Karena itu, mari kita jaga kampung Pelelangan ini tetap bersih dan terjaga lingkungannya, agar Desa Ketapang tetap menjadi primadona yang membanggakan.
Halo guys, hari ini aku mau mengajak kamu ke Taman Mangrove Ketapang yang berada di Kecamatan Mauk, Tangerang, Banten. Tempatnya bagus banget guys dan berbagai macam infrastruktur sudah tersedia dengan baik. Di sini kamu bisa belajar banyak tentang tanaman bakau. Tanaman ini berperan penting untuk menjaga ekosistem laut, darat serta udara. Selain merupakan sarana edukasi dan konservasi yang baik, tempat ini juga merupakan kawasan ekowisata yang membantu perekonomian masyarakat sekitar secara berkelanjutan. Kegiatan pemanfaatan bakau di sini dilakukan oleh masyarakat sekitar pesisir, dengan dukungan pemerintah dan pemangku kepentingan terkait melalui pelatihan UMKM setempat. Sehingga juga dapat memperkuat ketahanan pesisir ekonomi biru secara berkelanjutan. Yuk bersama kita jaga dan rawat kawasan bakau ini. Sampai di sini dulu ya. Desa Ketapang merupakan desa pesisir yang terletak di Kecamatan Mau, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Memiliki luas kurang lebih 416 hektar persegi, dengan perkampungan yang tertata baik, dan hutan mangrove, yang menjadi primadona destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan, dan tempat usaha, sebagai pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya, fasilitas peribadatan, infrastruktur pendukung masyarakat nelayan, serta fasilitas olahraga, dan tempat bermain yang memadai, tersedia bagi anak-anak dan warga desa. Selain itu, Desa Ketapang merupakan lokasi wisata edukasi bagi yang ingin belajar mengenai budidaya mangrove. Atas program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, konservasi lingkungan, pemberdayaan ekonomi, serta kebutuhan infrastruktur dasar Desa Ketapang, kini terpenuhi melalui kegiatan pemanfaatan alam yang berkelanjutan, yang telah mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona.
Dulu, Desa Ketapang hanyalah salah satu dari puluhan desa tertinggal di Kabupaten Tangerang. Sebagaimana desa pesisir lainnya, tak banyak pekerjaan yang bisa dilakukan warganya selain sebagai nelayan subsisten untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. Namun, saat ini Desa Ketapang sudah disulap menjadi primadonanya desa pesisir loh, dengan adanya pembangunan yang dapat menarik perhatian sejauh mata memandang. Mulai dari susunan perahu yang kini sudah tersusun rapih, juga ada jembatan tinggi yang sangat menarik perhatian, dilengkapi dengan adanya saung-saung seperti ini yang sangat cocok untuk dijadikan sebagai tempat bersantai dengan pemandangan laut yang luas. Kini setiap hari libur, Desa Ketapang ramai dikunjungi wisatawan dari berbagai daerah. Warga sekitar pun ikut mendapat dampak positif lainnya dalam segi perekonomian, karena semakin banyak minat pengunjung untuk membeli berbagai aneka hidangan yang dijual warga sekitar. Mari kita saling jaga desa pesisir ini agar tetap lestari dan semakin
Hutan bakau habitat untuk banyak biota. Mari kita rawat, kita jaga bersama. Pantai Ketapang menjadi tujuan wisata. Mari buat indah, lestarikan bakaunya. Mari kembangkan untuk tujuan wisata. Buat bakau indah, masyarakat pun berdaya. Cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi. Lawan polusi untuk anak cucu nanti. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang, Kecamatan Mau, Kabupaten Tangerang, bisa jadi desa wisata dengan pengembangan industri mangrove, karena bisa jadi habitat untuk berbagai biota laut. Mari kembangkan untuk jadi desa wisata dengan lihat potensi edukasi biota, lestarikan alam untuk kesejahteraan, bakau tanaman sejuta pengharapan. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang jadi penyelamat di Kecamatan Mau untuk mencegah abrasi dan juga untuk dekarbonisasi. Maka dari itu, bakau jadi sarana penting dalam kelestarian Pantai Ketapang. Pohon mangga, pohon turi punya Bu Susi. Pantai Ketapang indah lestari, bakau hadir untuk cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
Halo semuanya, kita mau ngasih tahu nih. Ternyata ada tempat wisata baru loh di Kabupaten Tangerang. Namanya Ketapang Urban Aquaculture yang berlokasi di Kecamatan Mau. Di tempat ini, kita bisa melihat kawasan hutan mangrove yang menjadi penyelamat pesisir pantai dari terjangan gelombang laut di pantai Desa Ketapang. Oleh karena itu, tempat yang berlokasi di kawasan pesisir pantai ini juga dijadikan tempat konservasi mangrove oleh pihak pemerintah daerah loh. Oh iya, di sini juga ada kawasan pemukiman nelayan yang tadinya kumuh kini kian menjadi tertata berkat adanya pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh pihak pemerintah daerah. Yuk berkunjung ke Ketapang Urban Aquaculture untuk melihat keindahan kawasan hutan mangrove dengan lebih dekat.
Hai, aku Ayu, dan ini dia perjalananku mencari tahu tentang Desa Ketapang. Di sepanjang jalan menuju Desa Ketapang, kalian akan banyak menjumpai aktivitas warga pesisir dan juga disuguhi dengan view pinggir pantai yang menarik loh. Nah, Taman Mangrove Ketapang ini berada di Kecamatan Mau, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten.
Hai guys, aku lagi di Desa Ketapang.
Setiap sudut di tempat ini juga bagus banget buat diabadikan dan dijadikan bahan postingan sosial media kalian. Nah, yang ikonik dari mangrove ini adalah bangunan lingkar yang menjadi one of the best view di Ketapang. Jadi, dengan banyak keunggulan di dalamnya, Desa Ketapang layak jadi primadona dan mestinya masuk sih ke dalam list jalan-jalan kalian. Gak jauh dari sini juga ada tempat pelelangan ikan di Pelabuhan Situis. Aku tunggu kedatangan kalian di Desa Ketapang. Aku Ayu, sampai jumpa.
This is my story about a hidden village on the coast of Tangerang Regency. This is beautiful Ketapang Village. A village with many new charms. Located in Mok District, Tangerang Regency. A village that has been transformed into a prima donna.
Destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Mayoritas penduduk setempat adalah nelayan yang saat pagi menjelang membawa hasil tangkapannya lalu dijual kepada masyarakat sekitar. Dengan program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, diharapkan konservasi lingkungan ini bisa mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan sebagai tempat pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya. Ketapang Urban Aquaculture merupakan salah satu kawasan yang dikembangkan oleh pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang yang akan menjadi tuan rumah PEMSEA dan akan dikunjungi oleh delegasi dari 10 negara di Asia Timur dalam event internasional PNLG. Mari kita jaga bersama agar Desa Ketapang menjadi destinasi ekowisata yang mendunia.
Berkembang adalah hal yang sudah pasti terjadi. Maka kali ini, Kabupaten Tangerang berkembang melalui program Gerbang Mapan atau gerakan membangun masyarakat pantai.
Program ini dilaksanakan di Ketapang ini khususnya kampung Pelelangan.
Kawasan yang luas serta beragamnya keindahan di Desa Ketapang membuat desa ini menjadi primadona. Destinasi wisata taman mangrove dan pusat kuliner seafood bersiap untuk dikembangkan.
Konsep Gerbang Mapan ini adalah penataan satu kawasan wilayah yang komprehensif.
Dengan adanya program ini, Camat Maok berharap warganya bisa meningkatkan perekonomian dan dapat menjaga fasilitas yang sudah diberikan oleh pemerintah. Karena itu, mari kita jaga kampung Pelelangan ini tetap bersih dan terjaga lingkungannya, agar Desa Ketapang tetap menjadi primadona yang membanggakan.
Halo guys, hari ini aku mau mengajak kamu ke Taman Mangrove Ketapang yang berada di Kecamatan Mauk, Tangerang, Banten. Tempatnya bagus banget guys dan berbagai macam infrastruktur sudah tersedia dengan baik. Di sini kamu bisa belajar banyak tentang tanaman bakau. Tanaman ini berperan penting untuk menjaga ekosistem laut, darat, serta udara. Selain merupakan sarana edukasi dan konservasi yang baik, tempat ini juga merupakan kawasan ekowisata yang membantu perekonomian masyarakat sekitar secara berkelanjutan. Kegiatan pemanfaatan bakau di sini dilakukan oleh masyarakat sekitar pesisir, dengan dukungan pemerintah dan pemangku kepentingan terkait melalui pelatihan UMKM setempat. Sehingga juga dapat memperkuat ketahanan pesisir ekonomi biru secara berkelanjutan. Yuk bersama kita jaga dan rawat kawasan bakau ini. Sampai di sini dulu ya. Desa Ketapang merupakan desa pesisir yang terletak di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Memiliki luas kurang lebih 416 hektar persegi, dengan perkampungan yang tertata baik, dan hutan mangrove, yang menjadi primadona destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan, dan tempat usaha, sebagai pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya, fasilitas peribadatan, infrastruktur pendukung masyarakat nelayan, serta fasilitas olahraga dan tempat bermain yang memadai tersedia bagi anak-anak dan warga desa. Selain itu, Desa Ketapang merupakan lokasi wisata edukasi bagi yang ingin belajar mengenai budidaya mangrove. Atas program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, konservasi lingkungan, pemberdayaan ekonomi, serta kebutuhan infrastruktur dasar Desa Ketapang kini terpenuhi melalui kegiatan pemanfaatan alam yang berkelanjutan, yang telah mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona.
Dulu, Desa Ketapang hanyalah salah satu dari puluhan desa tertinggal di Kabupaten Tangerang. Sebagaimana desa pesisir lainnya, tak banyak pekerjaan yang bisa dilakukan warganya selain sebagai nelayan subsisten untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. Namun, saat ini Desa Ketapang sudah disulap menjadi primadonanya desa pesisir loh, dengan adanya pembangunan yang dapat menarik perhatian sejauh mata memandang. Mulai dari susunan perahu yang kini sudah tersusun rapi, juga ada jembatan tinggi yang sangat menarik perhatian. Dilengkapi dengan adanya saung-saung seperti ini yang sangat cocok untuk dijadikan sebagai tempat bersantai dengan pemandangan laut yang luas. Kini, setiap hari libur, Desa Ketapang ramai dikunjungi wisatawan dari berbagai daerah. Warga sekitar pun ikut mendapat dampak positif lainnya dalam segi perekonomian, karena semakin banyak minat pengunjung untuk membeli berbagai aneka hidangan yang dijual warga sekitar. Mari kita saling jaga desa pesisir ini agar tetap lestari dan semakin
Hutan bakau habitat untuk banyak biota. Mari kita rawat, kita jaga bersama. Pantai Ketapang menjadi tujuan wisata. Mari buat indah, lestarikan bakaunya. Mari kembangkan untuk tujuan wisata. Buat bakau indah, masyarakat pun bergaya. Cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi. Lawan polusi untuk anak cucu nanti. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang, Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang bisa jadi desa wisata dengan pengembangan industri mangrove, karena bisa jadi habitat untuk berbagai biota laut. Mari kembangkan untuk jadi desa wisata dengan lihat potensi edukasi biota, lestarikan alam untuk kesejahteraan, bakau tanaman sejuta pengharapan. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang jadi penyelamat di Kecamatan Mauk untuk mencegah abrasi dan juga untuk dekarbonisasi. Maka dari itu, bakau jadi sarana penting dalam kelestarian Pantai Ketapang. Pohon mangga, pohon turi punya Bu Susi. Pantai Ketapang indah lestari, bakau hadir untuk cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
Halo semuanya, kita mau ngasih tahu nih. Ternyata ada tempat wisata baru loh di Kabupaten Tangerang. Namanya Ketapang Urban Aquaculture yang berlokasi di Kecamatan Mauk. Di tempat ini, kita bisa melihat kawasan hutan mangrove yang menjadi penyelamat pesisir pantai dari terjangan gelombang laut di pantai Desa Ketapang. Oleh karena itu, tempat yang berlokasi di kawasan pesisir pantai ini juga dijadikan tempat konservasi mangrove oleh pihak pemerintah daerah loh. Oh iya, di sini juga ada kawasan pemukiman nelayan yang tadinya kumuh kini kian menjadi tertata berkat adanya pembangunan yang dilakukan oleh pihak pemerintah daerah. Yuk berkunjung ke Ketapang Urban Aquaculture untuk melihat keindahan kawasan hutan mangrove dengan lebih dekat.
Hai, aku Ayu, dan ini dia perjalananku mencari tahu tentang Desa Ketapang. Di sepanjang jalan menuju Desa Ketapang, kalian akan banyak menjumpai aktivitas warga pesisir dan juga disuguhi dengan view pinggir pantai yang menarik loh. Nah, Taman Mangrove Ketapang ini berada di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten.
Hai guys, aku lagi di Desa Ketapang.
Setiap sudut di tempat ini juga bagus banget buat diabadikan dan dijadikan bahan postingan sosial media kalian. Nah, yang ikonik dari mangrove ini adalah bangunan lingkar yang menjadi one of the best view di Ketapang. Jadi, dengan banyak keunggulan di dalamnya, Desa Ketapang layak jadi primadona dan mestinya masuk sih ke dalam list jalan-jalan kalian. Gak jauh dari sini juga ada tempat pelelangan ikan di Pelabuhan Situis. Aku tunggu kedatangan kalian di Desa Ketapang. Aku Ayu, sampai jumpa.
This is my story about a hidden village on the coast of Tangerang Regency. This is beautiful Ketapang Village. A village with many new charms. Located in Mauk District Tangerang Regency, a village that has been transformed into a prima donna, wrapped in mangrove forest that protects the village from the waves of the sea. Born of many stories, beautiful place to visit, territory of great fishermen, surrounded by very beautiful boats. That's Ketapang Village.
Taman Mangrove Desa Ketapang terletak di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang. Memiliki luas kurang lebih 416 hektar persegi dengan keindahan hutan mangrove yang menjadi primadona destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Mayoritas penduduk setempat adalah nelayan yang saat pagi menjelang membawa hasil tangkapannya lalu dijual kepada masyarakat sekitar. Dengan program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, diharapkan konservasi lingkungan ini bisa mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan sebagai tempat pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya. Ketapang Urban Aquaculture merupakan salah satu kawasan yang dikembangkan oleh pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang yang akan menjadi tuan rumah PEMSEA dan akan dikunjungi oleh delegasi dari 10 negara di Asia Timur dalam event internasional PNLG. Mari kita jaga bersama agar Desa Ketapang menjadi destinasi ekowisata yang mendunia.
Berkembang adalah hal yang sudah pasti terjadi. Maka kali ini, Kabupaten Tangerang berkembang melalui program Gerbang Mapan atau gerakan membangun masyarakat pantai.
Program ini dilaksanakan di Ketapang ini khususnya, Kampung Pelelangan.
Kawasan yang luas serta beragamnya keindahan di Desa Ketapang membuat desa ini menjadi primadona. Destinasi wisata taman mangrove dan pusat kuliner seafood bersiap untuk dikembangkan.
Konsep Gerbang Mapan ini adalah penataan satu kawasan wilayah yang komprehensif.
Dengan adanya program ini, Camat Mauk berharap warganya bisa meningkatkan perekonomian dan dapat menjaga fasilitas yang sudah diberikan oleh pemerintah. Karena itu, mari kita jaga kampung Pelelangan ini tetap bersih dan terjaga lingkungannya, agar Desa Ketapang tetap menjadi primadona yang membanggakan.
Halo guys, hari ini aku mau mengajak kamu ke Taman Mangrove Ketapang yang berada di Kecamatan Mauk, Tangerang, Banten. Tempatnya bagus banget guys dan berbagai macam infrastruktur sudah tersedia dengan baik. Di sini kamu bisa belajar banyak tentang tanaman bakau. Tanaman ini berperan penting untuk menjaga ekosistem laut, darat serta udara. Selain merupakan sarana edukasi dan konservasi yang baik, tempat ini juga merupakan kawasan ekowisata yang membantu perekonomian masyarakat sekitar secara berkelanjutan. Kegiatan pemanfaatan bakau di sini dilakukan oleh masyarakat sekitar pesisir, dengan dukungan pemerintah dan pemangku kepentingan terkait melalui pelatihan UMKM setempat. Sehingga juga dapat memperkuat ketahanan pesisir ekonomi biru secara berkelanjutan. Yuk bersama kita jaga dan rawat kawasan bakau ini. Sampai di sini dulu ya. Desa Ketapang merupakan desa pesisir yang terletak di Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Memiliki luas kurang lebih 416 hektar persegi, dengan perkampungan yang tertata baik, dan hutan mangrove, yang menjadi primadona destinasi ekowisata di Indonesia. Di desa ini juga telah terbentuk koperasi nelayan, dan tempat usaha, sebagai pendorong peningkatan ekonomi warganya, fasilitas peribadatan, infrastruktur pendukung masyarakat nelayan, serta fasilitas olahraga, dan tempat bermain yang memadai, tersedia bagi anak-anak dan warga desa. Selain itu, Desa Ketapang merupakan lokasi wisata edukasi bagi yang ingin belajar mengenai budidaya mangrove. Atas program pemerintah Kabupaten Tangerang, konservasi lingkungan, pemberdayaan ekonomi, serta kebutuhan infrastruktur dasar Desa Ketapang, kini terpenuhi melalui kegiatan pemanfaatan alam yang berkelanjutan, yang telah mewujudkan Ketapang sebagai desa pesisir yang jadi primadona.
Dulu, Desa Ketapang hanyalah salah satu dari puluhan desa tertinggal di Kabupaten Tangerang. Sebagaimana desa pesisir lainnya, tak banyak pekerjaan yang bisa dilakukan warganya selain sebagai nelayan subsisten untuk memenuhi kebutuhan sehari-hari. Namun, saat ini Desa Ketapang sudah disulap menjadi primadonanya desa pesisir loh, dengan adanya pembangunan yang dapat menarik perhatian sejauh mata memandang. Mulai dari susunan perahu yang kini sudah tersusun rapih, juga ada jembatan tinggi yang sangat menarik perhatian, dilengkapi dengan adanya saung-saung seperti ini yang sangat cocok untuk dijadikan sebagai tempat bersantai dengan pemandangan laut yang luas. Kini setiap hari libur, Desa Ketapang ramai dikunjungi wisatawan dari berbagai daerah. Warga sekitar pun ikut mendapat dampak positif lainnya dalam segi perekonomian, karena semakin banyak minat pengunjung untuk membeli berbagai aneka hidangan yang dijual warga sekitar. Mari kita saling jaga desa pesisir ini agar tetap lestari dan semakin
Hutan bakau habitat untuk banyak biota. Mari kita rawat, kita jaga bersama. Pantai Ketapang menjadi tujuan wisata. Mari buat indah, lestarikan bakaunya. Mari kembangkan untuk tujuan wisata. Buat bakau indah, masyarakat pun berdaya. Cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi. Lawan polusi untuk anak cucu nanti. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang, Kecamatan Mauk, Kabupaten Tangerang bisa jadi desa wisata dengan pengembangan industri mangrove, karena bisa jadi habitat untuk berbagai biota laut. Mari kembangkan untuk jadi desa wisata dengan lihat potensi edukasi biota, lestarikan alam untuk kesejahteraan, bakau tanaman sejuta pengharapan. Hutan bakau di Pantai Ketapang jadi penyelamat di Kecamatan Mauk untuk mencegah abrasi dan juga untuk dekarbonisasi. Maka dari itu, bakau jadi sarana penting dalam kelestarian Pantai Ketapang. Pohon mangga, pohon turi. Pohon turi punya Bu Susi. Pantai Ketapang indah lestari, bakau hadir untuk cegah abrasi dan dekarbonisasi.
Halo semuanya, kita mau ngasih tahu nih. Ternyata ada tempat wisata baru loh di Kabupaten Tangerang. Namanya Ketapang Urban Aquaculture yang berlokasi di Kecamatan Mauk.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants and invited guests in this room. You need to be right back in this room at 1:45. Sorry for the inconvenience. You need to be set in this room in 1:45. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants and invited guests in this room. The next session will be start on 1:45. So you need to be in this room at 1:45. Thank you. To all license officer, please help the delegates to enter the room in 1:45. To license officer, please help the delegates to enter the room in 1:45. Thank you.
Setiap sudut di tempat ini juga bagus banget buat diabadikan dan dijadikan bahan postingan sosial media kalian. Nah, yang ikonik dari mangrove ini adalah bangunan lingkar yang menjadi one of the best view di Ketapang. Jadi, dengan banyak keunggulan di dalamnya, Desa Ketapang layak jadi primadona dan mestinya masuk sih ke dalam list jalan-jalan kalian. Gak jauh dari sini juga ada tempat pelelangan ikan di Pelabuhan Situis. Aku tunggu kedatangan kalian di Desa Ketapang. Aku Ayu, sampai jumpa.
This is my story about a hidden village on the coast of Tangerang Regency. This is beautiful Ketapang Village. A village with many new charms. Located in Mok District, Tangerang Regency. A village that has been transformed into a prima donna. Wrapped in mangrove forest that protects the village from the waves of the sea. Born of many stories. Beautiful place to visit. Territory of great fishermen. Surrounded by
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants and invited guests in this room. You need to be in this room at 1:45 because we are going to continue the next session.
Memiliki luas kurang lebih
Kepada seluruh
416 hektar
peserta
persegi.
dan tamu
Dengan
undangan
keindahan hutan mangrove
diharapkan
yang menjadi
hadir
primadona destinasi
pukul 1:45 karena agenda berikutnya akan segera dimulai. To license officer, please help the delegates to enter the room, please. Ladies and gentlemen, and all participants and invited guests in this room, we invite you to come to join in this room because in a few minutes we will proceed the next session. To license officer, please help the delegates to enter the room, please. Announcement, in a few minutes we are going to continue the next session. So to license officer, please help the delegates to enter the room. Reminding to all participants and invited guests, please join in this room. In a few minutes, we are going to continue the next session, please. Ladies and gentlemen and all participants and invited guests in PNLG event, please join into this room because in a few minutes we will continue the next session, please. To liaison officer, please help the delegates to enter the room. Ladies and gentlemen and all participants and invited guests in PNLG event, please join in this room. In a few minutes, we are going to continue this event, this session. To liaison officer, please help the delegates to enter the room, please. Baik, Bapak. Ya, it will be started. Please pay attention.
Honorable speakers, delegates, now we have come to our next agenda, Integrated Coastal Management Forum, which will be divided into two sessions. Our first panel session will be hosted by our distinguished moderator from IPB University, Bapak Profesor Dr. Lucky Adrianto MSc, and the second panel session will be hosted by moderator Bapak Profesor Dr. Aryo Damar MSc. To deliver keynote speech, Representative Rector IPB University, please help me welcome Bapak Profesor Dr. Aryo Damar MSc.
Excellencies, Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Director General of Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control, MOEF, Honorable Regent of Tangerang Regency, and also Vice President of PNLG, Executive Director Honorable Ms. Amy Gonzalez, Executive Director of PEMSEA Resource Facilities, Honorable Director of Coastal and Marine Environment, Pollution and Degradation Control, Presidents of PNLG, and also all honorable PNLG countries, delegates, honorable speakers and resources persons, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize for the rector of IPB who could not come and attend this event, and he asked me to deliver his presentation. First slide, please. So I would like to share our presentation and the presentation about IPB University and role of IPB University in the development of some approaches and methodologies related about ICM and sustainable development in Indonesia and also in the region. So first, the outline will be short introduction about our university, and then existing international cooperation and network of ours, and then research and innovation of our university, and then potential future cooperation and collaboration. Next slide, please. So first, I would like to share with you about our university at glance. And first, I would like to show you that our university actually in the global rank of world university classes, our position is in the top 450. And in Asia, our position is in the rank of 112 in 2022. For ranks by subject, which is under the subject in agriculture university globally, we are in the position of 41st in the world, and also #1 in Asian country, ASEAN. And related to the sustainable development goals, we have also overall our position is in the range of 101 to 200, but on every SDGs, for example, SDG number 14, which is closely related to this event, our position in the world is number 46. And next. In our university, all SDGs are accommodated in each faculties and also its research centers. And for example, SDG number 14, which is closely related to this event, it's mostly under the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, and also the Research Center, Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies. And next. And all faculties also related to each SDGs. This is the history, short history of our university development. We were started in 1927 when it was still in the Dutch colonial period, where agriculture-based educational institutions were established at that time. It was also still in Bogor, at the same place like what we are now. And then in 1940, the Dutch government transformed this school into a higher education institution of agriculture and higher education in Bogor also. And as you know, in 1945, we got our independence, and then all these school and educational facilities and system transformed into Indonesian government. And in 1963, we officially using our name as Bogor Agriculture University or Institut Pertanian Bogor. And next. As student bodies, we have around 29,000 students, where about 1,000 of them are international students. Next. And we are lucky because we are located in Bogor, the city where it is center also some other scientific and research institution related to agriculture, related to veterinary, and also about plantation, about plants and animal. And we have also botanical garden as well in that city. Next. If you are talking about the strategy, we have been setting up our strategy for 5 years strategy development, and today we are in the stage of enriching and empowering the society. Next. In total, we have 12 faculties and schools, and all related to agriculture, related to research, education, and also innovation in the field of agriculture, and also some other very close related to agriculture field of sciences. We have, next please. Besides doing education, we have also research centers. In total, we have 24 research centers, and 6 of them are National Center of Excellence. And among those 6 centers, which is National Center of Excellence, which is very closely related to this event, we have the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies, where Professor Rohmin Dahuri was the founding father of this institution in 1996. And also here, Professor Luki Adrianto used to be the director, and myself also used to be the director, and now Dr. Jon Fittner as the recent director of those centers. And talking about cooperation, IPB, IPB has an active, next please, has an active MOU and MOA. It is recorded as per April 2022, we have about 394 active MOU. And among of those MOUs and MOAs, the most MOUs and cooperation is between IPB and European institution, and also in Asia also, because it's our regional partners. Next. In implementing those collaboration, then cooperation, also we join in consortia, and the consortia is not only about research consortia, but also about education consortia. So far, we have an active consortia in 27 international research consortia and 8 international education consortia. Related to the development of research atmosphere, and at IPB we have been already declared that our focus of research is, we call it in Agro-Maritime 4.0. In this Agro-Maritime 4.0, we have been implementing and also still developing our agro-system research, which is based on Internet of Things. Because as we know together that nowadays, all the smart agriculture system, all the smart fisheries and maritime research activities are also depends on the Internet of Things related aspect, the computerized programming and system, to accelerate all the process and to make everything right and in precise defining solution. Besides conducting research, which is output as scientific publication, next please, we also conducting activities output in innovation. So in 2021, by the government of Indonesia, IPB has been awarded as the most innovative university in Indonesia because of our innovation numbers are, the number of our innovation and among of them, not only for aquaculture or fisheries activities, this application is also focusing on the fisherman safety activity base, where in this application we combine all weather information, and then we analyze and inform at in the real-time situation to the fishermen about the situation, fishing ground, and all other related situation related to the fishermen activity in fishing. Sorry. For the development of technology for smart fishing and smart aquaculture, also in principle, we have 4 programs, main program. The first is smart fishing, and then smart aquaculture. Next, please. And then smart fisheries and ocean management, and then smart small islands management. So related to today's event, these 4 main programs of our agro-maritime smart activities is really related. Next, please. Besides conducting all research and innovation about the smart aquaculture, smart fishing, and smart small island management, we are actively involved in supporting central government, in this case the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs, and also local government in development of ecosystem approach to fisheries management. Not only in the development of the system itself and application, we also conducting a capacity building where we conduct a training for local fishermen about how to conduct a sustainable and ecosystem approach fisheries activities. Next. IPB since 2004, through the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies, we have been developing sea farming and sea ranching located in Thousand Island in Jakarta. And since the last 5 years, we have been transformed this smart sea farming and sea ranching into smart sea farming and smart sea ranching. Next. Besides those related to coastal and marine issues, research fields, IPB also have been developing our land-based agriculture and also land-based environmental management. For example, we develop rice production system through the application of smart rice field, and then smart detector for the condition of health of paddy field, and then smart seeds application, which is dealing with smart fertilization and irrigation system. Next. And for forest fire, which is still the main issues of us, we also develop fire risk system for forest fire production application, and then mobile application through our cell phone, fire prevention for patrol of forest and land. Next. For plantation also, we have been developing also some application and innovation related to the management of oil palm and plantation. And these are about the spatial and mapping of an area of where the suitable area for plant of oil palm and some other risk analysis criteria. Next. Besides doing all technology innovation, we also conducting and inventing some social innovation. And some of those social innovation is about, for example, precision of village data, community farming school, Tani Center, agribusinesses and technology park of IPB, one village, one CEO, and one village, one innovation. Next. For example, one village, one CEO is an integrated application starting from the very beginning of the process of agriculture until at the end of the process, which is marketing, in one application. So connecting and integrating all players or actors in this business of agriculture in one application. Those are some selected of our innovations and researches. Next, please. And then what we can do in the next, especially related to the PNLG, where the local government gather here, and also PNLC. Of course, today is the forum for PNLG, but as we may still remember in Iloilo that we discussed about the integration between PNLG and PNLC. So the involvement of research center and also higher education is very important. Next. Yeah. In principle, we potentially able to develop in 3 activities and 3 fields. The first, in education, of course. So we could develop a cooperation in the postgraduate curriculum development, for example, innovative learning models and double degree programs, and then training workshop like summer school, summer course, and also joint research with other PNLC members or other scientific institution in all PEMSEA countries. Next. And we would like to proudly announce that since we are active member of PNLC and it's been twice that we've been trusted as a coordinator or chair for this PNLC, which is the Partnership Network on Learning Center of PEMSEA. In 2017 until 2018, yeah, our center under the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies was the chair of PNLC. And then now in 2022 until 2027, we have been appointed as president of PNLC. Dr. Jon Fitner, I would like to ask you to stand up. Thank you, Pak Yon. And then next for the closing remark from us, and is part of higher education network, and our scope of activities are related to the development of some methodologies, approaches, and tools related to the field of integrated coastal management. We need this, certainly, involvement of higher education, university, in the development of such approaches, tools, and methodology. So higher education certainly plays a very important role in achieving sustainable development goals, both nationally and regionally. And then, as the president of PNLC Secretariat also in Bogor, in IPB, we would like to encourage more active collaboration among the members of PNLC and also the PNLG's member. As we have been aware that in each countries of a network of PEMSEAs, we have also the member of higher education and also universities. So that's universities and higher education should be part of the development of methodologies, approaches for integrated coastal management. And the last from the rector of IPB is we look forward to have strong collaboration with all PNLG's local government who are attending in this PNLG forum. Thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, and to serve as the master ceremony for this panel session, we'd like to request Ms. Karen C., Secretariat Coordinator, PEMSEA Resource Facility.
Thank you for the introduction, and also thank you, Paaryo, for sharing your plans and also recommendations for strengthening the state of research and education in Southeast Asia. What Paaryo failed to mention a while ago, and this is very important as it was just a recent announcement, was that IPB University has expressed their designation as the Secretariat of the PEMSEA Network of Learning Centers. This PNLC is a consortium of higher education institutes and research organizations in East Asia, composed of 15 PEMSEA learning centers and 4 regional centers of excellence in the East Asian Seas region. The PNLC provides capacity building services and advisory support to the PNLG as the frontline implementing unit of the PEMSEA in its role as the regional coordinating mechanism of the SDSC. Thank you, Paaryo. And also, I would like to again acknowledge the presence of Payon or Dr. Jon Fitner of PKSPL of IPB University. Thank you again, everyone. Now, I would like to call on the next speaker. This speaker is from the PEMSEA Research Facility as the Technical and Secretariat arm of PEMSEA. She will be presenting the global and regional ICM practice in the context of climate resilience and blue economy. I would like to turn over the floor to Ms. Amy Gonzalez, the Executive Director of PEMSEA Research Facility, who would be presenting the concept, principles of ICM and how it began in the East Asian Seas region, as well as the efforts of PEMSEA in implementing and scaling up ICM in the region. Over to you, Ms. Amy Gonzalez.
afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. Thank you, Karen, for that introduction. So, next, my slide, please. Okay, so I will be talking about the global and regional ICM practice to build climate resilience and blue economy, which is the theme of our conference as well. Originally, the speaker for this theme was supposed to be our PEMSEA Emeritus, Dr. Chua Chaeng. You probably know of him, have heard him talk. He's a very fascinating storyteller. So I'm not sure if I can do justice to replace him, but I will be practical in my approach on where we are on ICM and what we can do together. And this is a collective effort. This is not just PEMSEA Resource Facility, nor the scientists that have guided us on this work. The frontliners, the local governments, are actually the key partners of the application of ICM in the region. Next slide, please. Okay, so the outline of my presentation is that I will present the origins of ICM, its adaptation in the region, the benefits and impacts, which you probably know from your own experience as well, but this is just to consolidate what we as a network actually have benefited and have imparted the benefits to our coastal communities and people. And then the role of ICM in building resilience and blue economy, the remaining implementation challenges, and you probably have a longer list than me in terms of challenges, but then how to overcome these challenges, what can we do better, and examples of how we can do it. Next slide, please. So, the origin of ICM, actually the concept started in the United States in the 60s, mid-60s. And then it has been introduced, applied, and actually also implemented in the East Asian Seas region. So as you can see, the concept has been enshrined in Agenda 21, Chapter 17, in 1992. Probably many of you were not born yet at the time. This was the famous UNCED meeting in Rio. So we have been high up in the agenda of the environmental movement since 1992. And then in 1994, as a response to the challenge, we actually developed projects to implement integrated coastal management in the region, which we call the East Asian Seas region. So national and local efforts were increased, and we had some donor support also to help us apply this concept, test it, and develop it in the region. And then many governments, including Indonesia, actually developed laws, and other countries as well. China, Korea, Philippines, Japan, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam have actually developed laws to enable the application of integrated coastal management in our coastal cities and towns. And then this is the framework where we developed here in the region. It's called Framework for Sustainable Development of Coastal Areas, where we actually develop the governance is the base. We have a strong governance base, and then to help promote sustainable development aspects in many areas, in natural and man-made hazard prevention and management, habitat protection, restoration, water use and supply management, food security and livelihood management, pollution reduction, and waste management as well. And then we also have these reports on how we could review and monitor our programs through the State of the Coast reporting. And this application of ICM is actually aligned and one with the global agenda of UN Sustainable Development Goals, Climate Paris Agreement, Aichi biodiversity targets, etc., etc. So close to 3 decades of ICM development and implementation in the region, almost 30 years. It's tested with diverse culture and social, economic, ecological, and political systems. ICM is not just a tool, but it's actually a system with a framework, with processes, inclusive and participatory process, with a monitoring and evaluation component, reporting, and quality assurance. One of the quality assurance that we did was the assessment that we assess the local government unit through the ICM certification system. There is also an ICM code. So this has what has been achieved in the past from 1994 to 2020. As you can see, from barely zero coastline coverage in 1994, we are now we have covered 40.4% ICM of our coastline, and we have 114 sites from the original 2 in 1994, with Batangas and Xiamen as our model sites before. Next slide, please. So all this have been made possible with our PEMSEA network of learning centers, our ICM, which started as ICM learning centers. Now we have 18 with PEMSEA network of learning centers and regional centers of excellence. EPB University is one of them. Next slide, please. And of course, the network of learning centers have been working side by side with the local governments in terms of implementing the integrated coastal management as our core approach to sustainable coastal and marine development. Next slide, please. So ICM after 29 years, these are just my reflections. You probably have more. It's a proven and tested tool to implement SDSC. This is just a shortcut, but SDSC means, it achieved many of our targeted programs in terms of pollution reduction and waste management, habitat biodiversity conservation, climate change and disaster risk reduction, and so on and so forth. It's been mainstream in government policies and laws, as I've mentioned earlier in the previous slide. It contributes to institutional preparedness of LGUs in terms of basic governance. And then it shifts from silo thinking, looking at just sectoral approaches, but really looking at an integration mindset. So there is this behavioral change component of ICM as well that you cannot quantify, really. It offers best practices for replication in the region and beyond, and it's iterative and open to novel approaches. We always constantly review to make sure that it aligns to new international commitments of governments. So this has some lessons and many stories, and some of you will be familiar with the stories, are incorporated and documented in these local contributions to global sustainable development agenda. There are 47 case studies here, and this was edited by Dr. Chua Chaeng with contribution from many of you. And I think some of you actually are writers of this book. We have copies of them available, not here, but we can always be arranged if you want hard copies, but there are electronic copies in PEMSEA.org as well. Next slide, please. So in the context of climate resilience and blue economy, which is the theme today, adaptive management is a key principle of ICM practice that is really pushed forward, promoted. And this is so that we could adjust to political, social, and economic changes, including environmental risks such as climate change. And it is also tailored to local contexts and needs in view of and in recognition of the disparity of our resources, capacity, priority concerns, etc. So there is this adaptation that is the flexible approach that we have in integrated coastal management. And therefore, and I'm sure you will agree with us that coastal towns and cities that have been practicing ICM have distinct advantage and are better prepared to deal with threats such as climate change. The man-made challenge, not the natural hazards anyway. So how has this been possible? And through the stories from Dr. Le and others earlier, the nature-based solution, buffering against storm surges, improved forecasting, early warning response, recovery systems that are incorporated in ICM plan makes us better prepared for this threat. Next slide, please. But despite that preparedness, there are still many challenges, but they are not insurmountable. So, I mean, I think limited resources and capacity still beset us. Competing frameworks, there are so many frameworks that are also introduced. Each donor agency who comes would have their own favorite term and context, when actually they promote the same vision of sustainable coastal development. There is poor integration of ICM, climate change adaptation and disaster risk management in existing development framework and plans. Some are doing better than others, but in many studies, it still points out that they are not closely integrated. Local governments also require greater support from provincial and national governments to implement such framework and plans. So in Indonesia, I am happy that we have the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries here and the Ministry of Environment and Forest, because I think the local governments still need your support and guidance at the national level. Okay, so some practical tips on how we can improve and enhance, and of course, no brainer, we should ensure close integration of coastal management, disaster management, and climate adaptation frameworks and plans to guide coordinated and coherent actions on the ground. And in the Philippines, for example, we have the local government code and the fisheries code that have been devolved. The authority to manage these resources have been devolved to the local government. And there is expectation that these codes actually incorporate integrated coastal management measures as well. So there is this, and I'm sure in many other countries, probably if there are some, there will be some discussion later on, which I would encourage you to also share your stories on how you have been integrating disaster risk management, climate change into integrated coastal management. Next slide, please. Another one is also a no-brainer, institutionalizing capacity building and training by working with existing LGU networks and associations. We need not create our own training and capacity development programs and actually undertake them. It's costly. Why don't we partner with our local government networks and also, the ministry? I think they would have their own local government training and academy, network of learning center. So why don't we combine all these efforts so that ICM will be mainstream into the whole government system? In the Philippines, for example, there is this technical bulletin that the Department of Environment and Natural Resources issue. And this is incorporated in the local government plans and regulations as well. So those sorts of coordinated actions are not really difficult to do. It's people's political will to work together is important. Next slide, please. Another one is documenting good practices, benefits, lessons, and disseminating them through accessible and popular media. Before we have a lot of books and scientific articles. I'm not saying that they're not good. I think we can continue doing that. But I think there are other ways, other more popular media that we could also avail of to ensure that these concepts are, and these systems are actually implemented. So, there are many stories of how stakeholder engagement have changed political landscapes and interest because of the incentive for pushing from people. There are also stories in terms of the capacity development, how on-the-job training, how interns have benefited from training on integrated coastal management. But what we're missing, and we'd like more stories of, are the economic benefits. How has sustainable financing, sustainable investments been accessed through the implementation of integrated coastal management measures and systems? Next slide, please. So another one is the collection and analysis of data, monitoring of status over time, and an evaluation of impacts. I think this is very important, and I would encourage all of you to actually join your colleagues who have done the state of the ocean and coast reporting at the local level. And also we have some toolkits on reducing plastic pollutions on rivers and coast, which you could avail of. There are also the scorecard, which have assessed local governments against local commitments to UN SDGs. All these monitoring tools are available. There is an ecosystems health scorecard by Laguna Lake and the ICM certification process. This is important. Metrics is important, measuring, because you cannot manage actually if you cannot measure what you have in terms of implementation. Next slide, please. Engaging citizens and communities to participate in coastal management and adaptation, and empowering them to become stewards of resources. So more than just inviting them to stakeholder consultations or engaging with them in pilot project, it would be good if we actually study how we could cultivate and do some behavioral change and make it sure that it's sustainable. And this is a challenge to the network of learning centers as well in terms of motivation of citizens to engage in coastal risk processes. Actually, I think it would be good to have more evidence base of how citizen science, citizen empowerment have actually helped in promoting sustainable coastal and marine development. Next slide, please. And this is important also, that we promote and share lessons at the regional, global, and networking meetings. I know that Noraini, for example, has been a champion of the PEMSEA network of local governments. Whenever she's invited,
Bow down and keep on praising me.
She's been invited to international fora where she's spoken about this network of local governments. And I would encourage all of you to also talk to your fellow local government official counterparts to be part of the PEMSEA network of local governments. So this is one way to share our experiences, and I would encourage you to network, not just formally through these types, but actually outside of this, breakfast, meet, lunch, and talk to your fellow local government officials and try to share your experiences and also gain some insights from them. I think that's my last slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gonzalez, for sharing the accomplishments and lessons learned by PEMSEA Research Facility from implementing and scaling up ICM over the East Asian Seas region. Now we have heard the insights and the lessons learned on ICM at the regional level. How about the country level this time, in particular Indonesia? I would like to take this opportunity to invite an expert from IPB University to discuss the history of ICM development in Indonesia in relation to blue economy development. This expert is the founder and senior scientist of the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies of IPB University, or PKSPL in short. This person is also a part of the advisory board of MOMAF Indonesia, and he is also the apologies. Can we have the slide of Dr. Dahuri, please. Apologies for that. Okay, this person is also a member of the International Scientific Advisory Board of the Center for Coastal and Ocean Development of the University of Bremen, Germany. Let us give a warm round of applause for Professor Dr. Rokmin Dahuri. Can we show his presentation slides, please?
Thank you, Karen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God peace, blessing, and mercy be upon all of us. Bapak Zaki, the region or Bupati of Tangerang Regency, Province of Banten, Indonesia. Amy Gonzalez of the PEMSEA Secretariat, all the mayor and Bupati or region who come to this forum from both Indonesia and overseas, and all the audience. I was given the task, very simple actually, telling the story for you about ICM practices in Indonesia, but then because I don't want to be minimalist, Pak Zaki, so I put at the title, which is how do we learn from history of ICM practices in Indonesia for a better future for our sustainable blue economic development. Next, please. So I would like to share first of all with you about the increasing role of coastal zone and its embedded resources for sustainable economic development as well as human civilization. Next. So basically there are two main reasons why I said that the coastal zone indeed has, increasing role for human civilization. Number one is the fact that it's natural that coastal zone as a transition area between a land and sea ecosystem has already been playing, very pivotal role for economic development. This is just to give you example. Although coastal zone only cover 8% of the Earth's surface, and yet the coastal zone provides about 45% of all natural resources and environmental services available on Earth. Number three, that due to the soil fertility, I noticed almost all over the world, the food basket are actually located mostly in coastal land or coastal zone. Next, please. And more than 60% of the global population actually lives within 100 kilometers of the coast, and over 3 billion people, which is about 40% of the world population, depend on marine and coastal resources for their livelihood. About 60% of Indonesian big cities, Pak Zaki, like Jakarta, Tangerang, Surabaya, Semarang, Medan, Makassar, you name it, also located in coastal zone. Next, please. And 90% of the total commodities and products, right, traded globally every year, right, has to go through or transported through the seas and ocean. And just for your note, 40 to 45% of the global product and commodities traded globally actually transported through our Indonesian sea lanes. So Indonesia actually has very strategic location from geo-economic point of view. Next, please. So this is just to give you pictorial example that Indonesia is indeed located very strategic from geo-economic and geopolitical point of view. Next, please. This is my second reason. So in line with an ever increasing of human population, then the demand for food, medicine, energy, minerals, and other natural resources and environmental services is multiplying. At the same time, our Earth capacity to produce both natural resources and environmental services is limited. Moreover, the availability of natural resources and environmental services on land or terrestrial ecosystem have been declining, Pak Zaki. If not declining, it's very difficult to develop because of spatial issues, conflict, pollution, and so forth and so forth. So to me, due to these two facts or empirical evidences, I come to the conclusion that again coastal zone will be playing more pivotal and strategic role in the future. Next. Next, please. Okay, issues and challenge, please. So when I see the challenge of sustainable development, Amy, in the coastal zone, next, please. Next slide, please. So the way I see it about issues and problems is from sustainable development perspective, especially for developing countries or poor to lower middle income countries, including Indonesia, Pak Jaki. So on the one hand, yeah, we have like necessity, yeah, to increase development rate or utilization rate of coastal zone, including its resources and environmental services for what? For creating jobs, for providing food, for generating economic growth, because without growth, I mean, we cannot distribute the wealth to poor people, right? So this is the first dilemma, right? Next, please. But on the other hand, development pressures and environmental degradation in many coastal areas of our country have already reached a level that threaten the sustainable capacity of the coastal zone itself. This is reflected, among others, in a high pollution level, overfishing, degraded coastal ecosystem, erosion and sedimentation, biodiversity loss, spatial conflict, and poverty. Don't forget the coastal communities in our country. One of the what we call concentration for poor people in Indonesia, beside fishermen and farmers, right? And climate change with its negative impact also exacerbated this negative impact. So based on population number, development intensity, Indonesia's coastal zone, Pak Zaki, I can categorize into 5 groups or 5 categories. Next, please. This is just the example of or evidence about the degradation of our coastal system. Next, please. So if you can see this table, this is very good for decision-making process and also for PhD student for in integrated coastal management. So based on the population number and development intensity, we can classify coastal zone into 5 categories or class. Number 1, or coastal zone type 1, if the population number low, development intensity low, and economic growth usually, I mean, is also low, right? Because no development activities, right? And then the people income, mostly low or medium, and then Gini coefficient, this is reflecting the what we call fairness or just distribution of the wealth, also low, meaning good, because according to Gini coefficient, run from 0 to 1, Pak Jaki, if Gini coefficient 0, meaning the distribution of income is very equal, right? On the other hand, if Gini ratio is 1, meaning is perfect inequality. So that area, for example, Tangerang, only produced by one person or one, what we call, one company. So this is not good, yeah. And then social life, normally very good, I mean, in low development, low coastal zone development area, and then low what we call population, and environmental condition also mostly high, yeah? And the what we call the output of development, sustainable development index, unfortunately, in many low population coastal area and low development intensity, normally poor or medium, Pak. So this is very like trade-off, right? But if you can see this table, I think the best what we call policies make is coastal zone type 5, yeah, which is the number of population is medium, Pak Zaki, and then the development intensity or industrialization also medium. As you can see, the output indicators or key performance indicator pointed us, it's good, all good, yeah. And the sustainable development index also high. And on the far right is the example of coastal zone. So forgive me if I put Tangerang in the wrong side, but Tangerang to me is like two fishes, but there is a good example, yeah. But on the other side of Tangerang coastal zone, also poverty there, pollution very high. So we have to, improve the bad condition, but maintain the good condition of the coastal zone. Next, please. This is two side faces of the coast of Tangerang, as you can see, yeah. Poor and very prosperous over here. Next, please. This is Jakarta Bay, yeah, very dirty with what we call a solid waste, very embarrassing. Yeah. Next, please. This is Bekasi or Muara Gembong, just next to the east of Jakarta Bay, yeah, very close. Yeah. Next, please. This is Indrayati Beach in Yogyakarta, very beautiful, just like Blue Lagoon movie. I just remember Brooks Hill. This is very clean, and very harmonious. Next, please. We have also Papuma Beach in Jember Regency. This is East Java Province, very nice too, yeah, facing the Indian Ocean. Next, please. We have, this is, I think, the most beautiful coastal area on earth, which is Raja Ampat, yeah, in West Papua. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. Even to me, it's much more beautiful than attractive compared to Halong Bay. But because Halong Bay equipped with all infrastructure, connectivity, accessibility, the number of visitors coming to Halong Bay is about 1.5 million every year. And yet in Raja Ampat, only 300,000 visitors every year due to that three factors: connectivity, accessibility, and what we call infrastructure. Next, please. This is, almost all mining coastal area, like this is in Mimika River. This is the third largest what we call copper mining in the world. Yeah. So as you see, the condition of coastal water is very murky, with all the tailing flooded into this region. Next, please. We have also Konawe Bay. This is the center of nickel mining activities. Yeah. Next, please. In South East Sulawesi, as you can see, the sedimentation, all the tailings came into what we call our coastal waters. Next, please. We have waterfront cities in Indonesia. I think the role model for the best waterfront city, Pak Zaki, in Indonesia right now is still Makassar. So probably Tangerang can do benchmarking to Makassar, yeah, to improve the situation in Tangerang. Next, please. So we have also Balikpapan, Jayapura, and Manado. So we have negative and positive examples. Next. So this is the best practices of ICM, under the what we call auspices of PEMSEA. Yeah. This is done by Professor Dr. Luki Adrianto in Balikpapan, Bontang City in East Kalimantan. Yeah. Next, please. So from the key performance indicator, from the nature, economic aspect, social and well-being, Pak Zaki, all good according to Professor Luki Adrianto. I hope he presented the objective and not biased data, right? Next, please. So in my conclusion, most problems related to coastal and ocean development are the result of placing too much stress or development pressures on limited coastal and ocean resources, a condition, as we know, as exceeding the carrying capacity. So the basic tenets of sustainable development in any spatial unit of Earth is actually don't make our development intensity bigger than the carrying capacity of that region. Next, please. So there are many factors that have resulted in unsustainable development of coastal development. However, in my humble understanding, what we call one of the most important factor is because most of the development and management of coastal zone approached by a single sectoral approach, Pak Zaki, not by integrated coastal management approach. While the natural, what we call condition, structure, dynamic, and characteristic of coastal zone is actually multiple. We have to approach it based on multiple development approach. Yeah? Next, please. So this is the history of ICM practices in our country. Next. So I can divide the practice of ICM in Indonesia into two periods, which is before the establishment of Maritime, of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, and after the establishment of this ministry, which was established by late President Abdurrahman Wahid in September 1999. Yeah, that is the what we call the awakening of coastal zone management in Indonesia. So as you can see, basically during 1970s to 1980s, all of the ICM seminars, discussion, writing, mostly on academic discourse, right? This is initiated by IPB University in cooperation with National Oceanology Institute, belong to Indonesian Institute of Sciences, and Bappenas, or National Agency for Development Planning. Next, please. And this is, only natural fact that Indonesia is indeed the largest archipelago on Earth. Next, please. So not until the late 1980s was strategic attention given to coastal and ocean resources. For example, the 1988 State Policy Guidelines, or Indonesia we call it GBHN, noted that it is necessary to improve the management of coastal and marine areas so as to increase utilization for people prosperity and maintain their sustainability. Furthermore, the 1993 State Policy Guidelines, or GBHN, noted that coastal and marine resources related aspects are considered as a development sector in itself. So Pak Jaki, it is only since 1993, so the coastal and ocean sector become sector in itself. Before that, within Bappenas, there is no bureau, dealing with coastal and ocean related aspect. Next please. So in the first Repelita, or 5-year development plan of the second long-term development plan from 1993 to 1998, 4 major goals of coastal and ocean resource development were established. I don't want to bore you, just read it. Next, please. And then to achieve those development goals, a dedicated Marine Bureau was established within the National Planning Agency, or Bappenas, in 1987, the establishment of National Maritime Council in 1996, and the promulgation of Grand Strategy for Sustainable Coastal and Ocean Development done by Bappenas and IPB University back in 1998, and the implementation of series of ICM development project, mostly, this is important Pak Zaki, mostly funded by foreign donor, not by our own government. This is, I think, the culprit why ICM practices in Indonesia is not continue rather than like intermittent, like putus-putus, okay? Next, please. So this is just example. Again, I don't want to bore you about the example of ICM practices before the establishment of Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. Next, please. So we have the list, ADB, very active at the time, UNDP, UNFAO, and then also UNEP. Next, please. So we have example. Next, please. I think two most prominent international donor project about ICM, two, Pak Zaki. Number one is MREP, Marine Resource Evaluation Planning Project. That's run for 15 years. And then we have also CORMEP, also about 15 years. CORMEP stands for Coral Reef Management, Rehabilitation and Management Project. Okay, next please. And then CORMEP, as I said, Pak Jaki, we have 3 phases. Phase 1, 98 until 2004, and so forth. Next, please. This is example of PEMSEA, cooperation with Indonesia, EMI, but since you already presented the full cover of PEMSEA location in Indonesia, but I noticed, EMI, most of the PEMSEA ICM role model located in Bali, out of 12, Bali has about 7, very dominant. Tangerang only 1, and then Sukabumi, and so forth. Bali very active in integrated coastal management, program. Next, please. So capacity building for research and human resources. So since 1993-95, Center for Environmental Studies conducted 1 to 3 month ICM training, for related government, universities, private sector, NGOs, establishment of Center for Coastal and Marine Resource Studies, or PKSP IPB, was in 1996. It is the first study center in Indonesia dealing with all related aspects in ICM. Next, please. And then since 96 until 2001, Center for Coastal and Marine Resource Studies, IPB, continued conducting 1 to 3 month ICM training for related government agencies, especially Bappenas, Bapeda, Ministry of Public Works, Director General of Fisheries, and so forth. Such an ICM training mostly funded, again, Pak Zaki, by MREP, CORMEP, and MCRM project and government agencies. 97 to the present, IPBUC again for the first time in Indonesia and the sixth in the world after Dalhousie, University of Rhode Island, University of Newcastle, University of Southern Cross University in Australia, Pak Indra, ya, has been conducting master and PhD program, ya, or degree in integrated coastal zone management. Next, please. Since then, the other universities in Indonesia have been conducting similar program as IPB University did. For instance, University of Rio, Bandung Institute of Technology, University of Pajajaran, and University of Patimura, Far East in Molucas Province. Next, please. And then after MOMAF, after Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, so this is the mission, vision about the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. So we'd like to have marine and fisheries resources as a source of Indonesia's sustainable economic development for the utmost benefit of all Indonesian people and the advancement of our nation. And then the mission, we have 5, so basically balancing between economic growth, social equity, and environmental protection. Next, please. And then we have development policies and program. Number 1 is about the empowerment of our fishermen, fish farmer, and other coastal communities. And second policies, can we go back to the previous slide, please? And optimal and sustainable capture fisheries, revitalization, expansion, and diversification of aquaculture development. Next, please. Number 4, next, please. Come on. Strengthening and enhancing fish processing industries and marketing to increase added value and so forth. Enhancing aquatic or marine biotechnology industry, because according to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries in South Korea, that the potential economic value of marine biotechnology industry, Pak Jaki, actually 4 times bigger than digital or IT technology. So can you imagine? And Indonesia is the largest marine biodiversity on earth. So it must be Indonesia is the biggest producer of marine biotechnology product, and yet we still import like sea cucumbers in the form of gamat from Malaysia, squalens, fish oil, and so forth and so forth. Yeah. And then we have sustainable development of small islands, sustainable development of non-fisheries economy like salt, fisheries-based tourism, and non-conventional resources. Next, please. Number 8, we have combating and eradicating IUU. IUU is illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing and destructive fishing, rehabilitation of degraded coastal and small island ecosystem, pollution control, biodiversity conservation, design and construction with nature. So we would like to have all coastal planning and development must be in accordance with the structure, dynamic, and characteristic of the coastal zone, especially the dynamic of oceanography and geomorphology, so that there will be no excessive erosion and excessive sedimentation. Next, please. So we have, about human resource development, and then we have also international cooperation that would like to have, so that our coastal zone and resources become, better for the future. And last but not least, Indonesian government also already trying its best to provide all political and economic policies conducive for sustainable coastal and ocean development. Next, please. So this is summary from Dr. Luki. I don't want to repeat. You can read it over. Yeah. Next, please. But this is talking about the hero or champion of ICM Indonesia from President Soekarno, the first president, and we have Pak Soeharto, but it was Professor Habibie, the third president, who announced that Indonesia is maritime continent, and then the establishment of Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries by late President Wahid, and then President Megawati actually announced about Seruan Sunda Kelapa, Archipelago D atau Hari Nusantara, and then Gerbang Mina Bahari, just like Bimas movement, yeah, and so forth. Next, please. Oh, this is achievement. I don't want to bore you. Just scroll it down. Next, please. Next. Next. But I want to present this one. Pak Jaki, Amy, so the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries through Director General of CU's planning, already what we call finished 29 provinces in terms of RZPPK or rencana zonasi wilayah pesisir dan pulau-pulau kecil. So the planning for coast and small island spatial planning, but already 29 out of 34. So we still have what we call 5 provinces to go, yeah. But still a good achievement. But next, please. Continue, please. This is just example. Next. So location of core map, and this is the what they call the program pengembangan. This is actually we already initiated the program for resilience coastal zone, yeah, resilient from global climate change, from tsunami and other natural hazard. So this is my last chapter. Next, please. So despite growing strong government political will and policies, the implementation of ICM at national, provincial, regency, and national has been very low. I have to be frank. Consequently, role model or success stories of ICM implementation or in Indonesia have so far been only a handful, Pak Indra. It's difficult to show which one, where are the, success stories of ICM implementation in our country. So my suggestion in the future, the key performance indicator of successful ICM implementation must be number 1 is the economic growth should be there from medium to 7, meaning above 7%, because right now the economic growth of Taiwan 7.5%, Vietnam 8%, and Indonesia only 5%. But so we have to have big vision of ourselves. Why? Because development potential in our country much bigger than our neighboring countries, and yet the economic growth higher our neighboring countries compared to us. And all these key performance indicator according to Pak Rohmin about a successful ICM. Next, please. So this is my, favorite role model of successful integrated coastal management, Pak Zaki. On the rural area, I envision one day Indonesian rural coastal area will be like this. We have shrimp pond, we have industry, we have rice field. It can coexist each other. Yeah. And on the my right, which is in the urban coastal area, probably just like Tangerang, yeah, chaired by Pak Jaki. Next, please. What is this? This is example of Xiamen. I was invited the first time in Xiamen, in 1995. Sorry to say, this location very murky, very polluted, yeah. But then I was invited again when I was minister back in 2003. The condition just like paradise, you see. So this is a good lesson that pollution in our coastal area can be overcome as far as the sources of pollutant is stopped, Pak Zaki. Yeah, that's as simple as that actually. Next, please. So causal factor of low success rate of ICM, this is important, and also Professor Aryo, Professor Luki, and Dr. Jon Fitner. Number 1 is because lack of awareness of most of decision maker. Sorry to say, including president, okay? And then the second factor is the planning, implementation, output or result of ICM has until now been perceived by most planner and decision makers, bupati, wali kota, governors, as more complicated and longer. Yeah. The term of president, governor, region or bupati and parliament member only 5 to 10 years, while the result of ICM implementation mostly, Pak Jaki, longer than 10 years. So gap between political, what they call term and ecological, output, yeah. And sectoral, regional, and discipline egoism, KPI or key performance indicator for top decision maker are too dominant about economic growth. So if you see the key performance indicator for Bupati region, for mayor, for governor, even for minister, mostly about economic growth, maybe 70%. So social equity or distribution of wealth atau pemerataan pendapatan, and ecological protection only given about 30%. So if I were president, if I were bupati, if I were governor, I would like to choose economic growth instead of environmental protection and social equity, right? Next, please. So this is my recommendation, Emi, Pak Profesor Aryo, Profesor Luki, Pak Yon, dan Pak Jaki, dan all bupati and wali kota. So number one, you have to develop more role models of successful ICM. Number two, make the ICM cycle process, Emi, don't be too complicated and longer, okay? Because decision makers and private sector would like to see quick yielding, result. Number two, increase awareness and conviction or trust about the advantage and beauty of IFCM over sectoral development approach, particularly top planners and decision makers. So next time we have to invite president, not only a major and region, right? KPI of top decision maker must be balanced and proportional of economic growth, social equity, and environmental protection. Next, please. My fifth recommendation, next, please. Hello. Increase awareness and capacity of government official, private sector, community, NGO, and journalists regarding ICM. We need journalists, we need media, okay, to publish the bad and the good side of our ICM, and then developing Indonesian ICM incorporated, so we have to be very solid and collaborative. And last but not least, we have to have established international cooperation. Next. Next, please. Okay, this is my last chapter, okay? A model of ICM. Next. So the challenge for ICM to me is then how to utilize and develop coastal ecosystem, including their embedded resources to fulfill the increasing human demand, economic growth, create job, and so forth, and at the same time maintaining the sustainability of coastal zone for sustainable economic development. Next, please. And I don't want to bore you, just to give reference that sustainable development is not only like deep environmentalists, I mean, don't do that, don't do this, and all the people become poor, become unemployed. No, sustainable development is actually balance between economy, social, and ecology. Next. Next. Next, wait. Previous slide, please. So basically, the first general guidelines, Pak Jaki, we have to ensure if we want to have sustainable coastal development, that development intensity does not exceed the carrying capacity. And this is the task of Bapeda, actually, regional development planning body, to assess this kind of equation, demand and supply. Next, please. So this is all Bapeda, and Bapeda should have this kind of information. So supply side from the biophysical characteristic and market side. So if we can, make sure that development intensity is not surpassing the carrying capacity, I'm convinced the development should be sustainable. Okay, next, please. There are 3 more guidelines, I mean, like ecological, economy, and social, but because the moderator or they keep reminding me, Pak Rahmin, stop. So just scroll it, yeah. Terus, next, please. This is example of Xiamen too, is a good role model. Next. Next. This is actually 1 semester course. Next. Next. Terus, next. So I have all the recipe over there, and I hope one time coastal zone Indonesia can be enjoy a couple, like myself and my wife invited to Kaimana Regency back in 2007. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dahuri, for giving us a very comprehensive overview of ICM development in Indonesia, including the role of MOMAF, examples of good practices, enabling factors behind the successful ICM model, and also some examples of key success indicators behind an ICM model. Now, going over ICM development in Indonesia, another expert from Indonesia would like to delve on ICM, but this time focusing on blue finance. I would like to call on Dr. Hendra Yusran Siri, the Secretary of the Directorate General of Marine Spatial Management of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries Indonesia, whose expertise is on climate change adaptation and coastal risk mitigation. Can we have the next slide, please?
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera yang terhormat Pak Bupati Tangerang, Pak Zaki, Pak Ibu, Prof. Dahuri. It's a bit difficult to speak after the big guru of ICM, but I will try to do my best in within 10 or 15 minutes. So next, I would like to present about the blue economy and the blue finance in Indonesia, the way how we to achieve the sustainable pathway for the healthy ocean. So I would like to remind that how the importance of the blue economy, this is already mentioned by our presidents before. Yeah, it's already mentioned by our president that the importance of the blue economy because of what Pak Rohmin mentioned. We are the richest biodiversity country in the world, and then probably we can say that the heart of the coastal triangle, coral triangle as well. But next, we can see that in a nutshell, the potency, as Pak Rohmin and all the speakers already mentioned, that we have 17,000 islands. So exactly, that's like 17,504 islands. So this is, we have 22.8 million coastal continental shelf. And also the coastline is like 118 kilometers. So this is a is a kind of like how we give the big pictures of Indonesia to do that. So the land is like 25%, and then ocean is 71% next. And the value, as Pak Rohmin has been mentioned, and all the speakers mentioned, that's really big. So because we can see that that's in the trillion, above the billions, so the trillions Indonesian rupiah. But this is the just give the example how big our potential about that. Not only from the coastal areas, but unexplored massively, such as like biotechnology, oil and gas. We have like a big reserve in the north, in Maluku, in the North Maluku. Next one. So all this one, all the potential needs to be put it into the strategy, what we call as a blue economy strategy. So the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Pak Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, our minister has already mentioned that we want to focus on the 5 key areas. First, how we to ensure that our resources can be lasting. That's why we need to conserve that. So we want to expand our conservation by 30%, probably by the 2030. And then also, we have to introduce what we call this quota-based fisheries management. So we want to ensure that the fisheries activities can be still have resources. That's why we need to manage by the quota-based system. This is a new one. This is a new policy in Indonesia, and we want to improve that the fisheries policy based on the quota implementation. And then, of course, the sustainable aquaculture. And this is a kind of like we try to improve the center of the aquaculture by establishing what we call this kampung budidaya, or the village of the aquacultures. So this can be like the integrated aquaculture system there, from the upstream to downstream. And then also the special management, as Pak Rohmin mentioned. And the last is Bulan Cinta Laut. That means that we want to provide the circular economy to reduce and minimize the waste management, the waste from the ocean. That's why tomorrow that will be launched by the President of Indonesia in Bali. So we will launch the Bulan Cinta Laut or BCL. And of course, the heart of the blue economy, what we are thinking here is just like the marine spatial planning. Next. Because this is like kind of like the upstream of the way to achieve the blue economy. So the idea is like because of we have like many challenges such as like overfishing, climate change, unsustainable fishing practice, and degradation as mentioned by Paromin, for example. So we need to ensure that all the activities can be hand in hand together, not to be weakened to each other. So that's why marine spatial planning is the key to go there. Next. And to do this, we need to consider social, ecology, and also economy. And then, of course, to having that, we need to have some tools and also next, and also to consider just like the international sustainable economic development goals that especially the target 14 or the goal 14, the life below the water. So we need to concern this. Then also marine spatial planning is the tool for good governance in marine and coastal areas. Next. And to give the example and then to give the view how we manage our marine spatial planning. So next. We have in national scale, we have a national marine plan. That scale is 1 to 1 million. It's quite very big scale. It's not too detailed. And then we have an inter-region zoning plan, especially for the bay and strait. That the scale is 1 to 500 meters. And then also what Paromin mentioned about the technical matters or about the provincial. RZBP 3K, the scale is 1 to 250 and also 250. And also in the area that what we categorize as national areas and also outermost island, we have a scale that's more detailed for special plan. Next, and so far, we would like to inform you that Paromin already mentioned that of 24 provincials, we have already most of the provinces already have the draft for the marine spatial planning. 29 is already enacted as the local law. We call this local government law. And then also we have a 24 national strategic zoning plan. And all the provincial zoning plan right now, based on our job law creation, should be integrated into the terrestrial spatial plans. Now, we hope that by next year or next 2 years, we have integrated spatial plan that's cover terrestrial and also marine. Next. And this is ideal, the spatial planning, of course, should be cover the air. But right now, we have one spatial planning policy that's cover land, sea space, and also we hope that sea below surface space. Next. And the one that what we have currently doing right now, we have the ocean accounting in Indonesia. The idea is like, we know exactly we have some resources, but how much the resources? So ocean accounting is like the ATM. So you know exactly how much the balance that you have, and then how can you be wisely to spend the balance? So we have like that. So we have the ocean accounting probably can be like a structured ocean data. This can be exactly pictures how big the ocean activities, and then also can be linked to the marine spatial planning. The next one, of course, blue economy need monies. Everything need monies, of course, for this one. That's why the challenge is to fund it. The blue economy can be like we still have the limitation of the fiscal need, fiscal capacity, and then also we have the Indonesian vision that we need to contribution for the marine sectors. Next, and of course some potential here. We have probably what still in developing, we have the blue bond, we call this, and then also sukuk, because can be integrated into the Islamic Sharia law. We call this a sukuk. And then also parametric insurance. This is one of challenges. Right now we have discussed with the UNDP, try together to apply the parametric insurance. And also, next, sorry, environmental impact bond. Yeah, that's a kind of innovative financing to use a pay success approach. I think the World Bank is already apply that. They probably today they pay like 100 million US dollar to the province of Kalimantan Timur to pay that like for the success payment. And also the last debt subnature, we are currently working with the TFCCA, Tropical Forest and Coral Reef. This is a kind of like instead of paying debt into the country that we get the borrowing money, now we pay the program, and then we also reduce our debt. So this is a kind of like the debt subnature. So I would like to conclude my presentation by saying that the way forward to do it, of course, blue economy in Indonesia still, I can say that promising, as Pak Romin already mentioned that, and we need to make it the way for the sustainable development, especially for the healthy ocean. So, and of course, the approach should be connectivity. The last slide Pak Romin mentioned about how the connectivity among the stakeholders, among the sectors and so on. And then also the synergies that we need to improve the classifications of the blue finance to support general criteria for the sustainable blue activities investment. And of course, dependence on ecosystem health, this is a key word for my presentation today. So because the complex interaction between different economic and also social activities in the ocean should be ensure the sustainability way. And of course, we need to identify the type of investment in the framework. That's why we are working on that one. We're working with the Bapenas, Bukwati here. So with ICCTF, we try to make it as much as we can, the windows of finance for the marine and coastal activities. So by saying that, I would like to thank you. Next, thank you very much. And then I look forward to having more collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hendra, for the overview of blue finance instruments here in Indonesia. Now, for the last segment of our session 1 on ICM as a framework for strengthening coastal resilience for sustainable blue development, we will now proceed to the Q&A session to be moderated by Professor Dr. Lucky Adrianto of IPB University. Okay, apologies for that. Okay, we have one additional speaker. This is Mr. Dasrul Chanyago, the Director of Coastal and Marine Pollution and Degradation Control of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Indonesia. He will be focusing on ICM development, in particular in relation to nature-based solutions. Pa Dasrul is the Director of the Pollution and Degradation Control of MOEF Indonesia. And as you can see here, is well-versed in terms of transboundary pollution in the state of environmental affairs in Indonesia. May we have his presentation, please? I would like to call on the floor Mr. Dasrul. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm newcomer here. Yeah. I was 10 years in hazardous waste management, 10 years in law enforcement as investigator, 8 years in air pollution control, 2 years in Bali, Nusa Tenggara. So I learned from you all. Yeah. Please correct me if I make mistake. ICM development in Indonesia, yeah, ICM have been implemented in Indonesia since 1993, initiated by Indonesia Planning Agency, joined with Canadian International Agency, SIDA, in 1988. Beginning, most of this project was supported by international agencies such as World Bank, Asian Development Bank, FEF, USAID, Canada, etc. Yeah. ICM projects were developed primarily to protect and conserve coastal and marine ecosystem and to promote the sustainable use of the resource they support. Yeah. Project with ICM framework in Indonesia, such as Sagara Anakan Conservation and Development Project, and Coastal Resource Management Project, Partnership of Environmental Management on Sea of East Asia, PEMSEA, Marine Coastal Resource Management Project, Coral Reef Rehabilitation and Management Program, Coastal Community Development and Fisheries Resource Management, Program Pantai dan Laut Lestari, Sustainable Marine and Coastal Program, Marine Fisheries Community Development Program, and so on. Yeah. Activities supported by PEMSEA, national policy and institutional arrangement, ICM program, SDGs C implementation in Tangerang Regency, Sukabumi Regency, Bontang Municipality, East Lombok Regency, Bali Province, Semarang Regency. Knowledge management, integrated environmental monitoring program of the coastal area Sukabumi Regency, technical support service. Next, back one slide. Okay. How we control the sea and coastal? Yeah, we start with seawater quality monitoring, and we calculated and we call the national index or IKAL, Indeks Kualitas Air Laut. Yeah, we carry out analyze and evaluate from Aceh to Papua. Yeah, you can see there in, for example, in Aceh, the point is 76, in Papua 70. Trend of seawater quality, yeah, from Papua to Aceh, you can see there, yeah, and then we can also see the target and the result, 2020 and 2021. In 2022 still calculated. The gray is national target, and the other one is national accomplishment. Next. This is data from this IKAL or seawater index. Yeah, we carry out since 2019. Till now, yeah, from Aceh to Papua Barat, and the color is the blue is the new one, 2021. Yeah. Next slides. This is number of monitoring points. Yeah, this very many range. Yeah, you see in Aceh about 22, yeah, at 22. Yeah, in Kalimantan Timur more than 50 point. Yeah. Next slides. And then we also carry out marine litter monitoring. Next. In 23 provinces from Aceh to Papua. Yeah. In the bottom is waste profile based on weight, kilogram per meter square. And then national waste composition in 2021, we can see there plastic 44%, garment 12%, glass and ceramic 15%. I don't know how the glass and ceramic they reach sea. Yeah, how long? Because this very heavy material, you know, but we found it in sea, 50%. Rubber 9%, and others material 10%. Also we found the wood 3%. Yeah. Next. Marine litter monitoring is carried out to obtain data on the characteristic of marine debris, which include composition, weight, density, that I have been mentioned the slide before. Yeah, marine litter monitoring was implemented for beach litter, floating garbage, seabed debris, based on circular letter of the Minister of Environment and Forestry, number SE 9 MNLHK Setjen Kum 1 and 10 2022. Yeah. Marine debris monitoring method are prepared with reference to method issued by UNEP and NOOA. Next. This is beach litter monitoring procedure. I don't want to explain to you. I am sure that you know about this. Next. Transect lane, sub-transect, sub-transect. Yeah. This is side view, and we call in the middle is peta sampling, 1 meter square, and then top view. Yeah, so many variable there. Next. Action for beach and sea cleaning. This is installation of trash bomb in Labuan Bajo. Yeah, we can see before and after. Yeah, this is before, after. Yeah. And then this photo from floating garbage, beach litter, underwater litter. Yeah. Next slide. Ecosystem restoration. This is based on community coral reef restoration. Next. We carry out since 2015 to 2021 and also in 2022. Total location of restoration 31 from Sabang till Halmahera Island. Yeah. We can see also in Bintan, Bangka, Belitung, 1,000 island atau Kepulauan Seribu, Makassar, Lampung, Probolinggo, Lombok Tengah, Lombok Utara, and so on. Yeah. Next slide. This coral reef restoration milestone from 2015 to 2022, yeah, total transplant point, and then total substrate media, transplanted coral seedling, also area of substrate media. This location in 2022 are in Muamere. This is in East Nusa Tenggara. Sapudi Island, Sumeneb is Java. Bone Tambu Island, this is in Makassar, South Sulawesi. Bone Bolango, Gorontalo. And Ternate, this is in North Maluku. Next. Community empowerment, this is very important because environmental is belong to all people, yeah, not only owned by government, not only special people, but owned by all people. So we also empower the community. Yeah, the community empowerment carry out using the padat karya method. This is we generate socio-economic activity of the community through the restoration of coastal and marine ecosystem. Next. Community empowerment, yeah, until 2022, we have 578 local communities directly involved in the coral reef restoration process. Yeah, we start from substrate media manufacture, binding or planting seed, stitching, and substrate media maintenance. Next, please. Type of substrate media, yeah, concrete table, concrete self table, spider, and artificial pitch reef. Next slide, please. Improvement in the value of ecosystem service perceived by the community. Ecological value, improving the ecosystem quality. For the ecological value, increase of catch, tourism, tourist attraction, and also for social culture value, student research object. Yeah. So we can see there the community, local community, done some activity for restoration of the coral reef in Makassar, Ternate, and Sika. Next. So this in Makassar, South Sulawesi, 2018, this is before, and we check again and we control in 2020. After 2 years, we can see there many coral reef. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide. That is in Ternate, and then Sika, East Nusa Tenggara. Next, please. ICM, next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, this is Gerbang Mapan program Ketapang Urban Aquaculture that we to be visited, yeah, in Friday. This before and this is after. Next, please. Multi-stakeholder partnership in environmental rehabilitation. This is from corporate, government, local government, and government. Yeah. Total more than 700,000 mangrove stream from 16 mangrove species. Next, please. Coastal Area Development Program in Tangerang Regency. Next, please. In Sukabumi, and then in Bontang. Next, please. Status of SDSC implemented program in Tangerang from 2017, 2018, 2019, and till now. Next. In Sukabumi, also from 17 to 19. Next, please. This is in Bontang. Next, please. Next, please. Bontang City and East Lombok Regency. Next, please. Technical support service in South Bangka Regency. Next, please. Technical support service in the RR program. Next, please. This is PKSPL SDSC implemented on capacity building program. Yeah. Next, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pa Dasrul, for the comprehensive overview on ICM as a framework for nature-based solutions in Indonesia, and also for giving us an overview of marine pollution initiatives to address and reduce plastic pollution in Indonesia. Now, we would like to proceed to the Q&A portion of the first session of this ICM forum. I would like to call on Professor Dr. Lucky Adrianto, a professor of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences of IPB University, and also a member of the advisory board of the Center for Coastal and Marine Resources Studies of IPB University. As a longtime ICM expert, his expertise and interests lie on socio-ecological systems of fisheries and aquatic resources, ICM, and coastal and marine policy. For any questions from the audience, we would like to remind everyone to please state your name, affiliation, and your target speaker. Over to you, Dr. Lucky.
Thank you, Karen. Q&A question right now, session. So, yes, one from the delegates of Philippines. I invite to our or three more. Yeah. Especially for the delegates from the other countries, especially. But I'm not saying that Indonesia cannot. Timor-Leste, very good. Another one. Please, the organizer can provide the mic, for example, to be delivered to the question. So, ma'am, please, from the Philippines. Okay. Philippines, mas. Philippines dulu, mas. Okay. Could you please then the question direct to the respected panelists, yeah? Please. Introduce yourself and then the question. Yes, already, ma'am. Not yet?
Okay, it's working. I'm Annabelle Kayabiab, Provincial and Government Environment and Natural Resources Officer in the province of Cavite, Philippines. I have 3 questions for the 2 speakers.
Okay.
So my first question is for Dr. Hendra. Based on your presentation, you mentioned that almost all municipalities in Indonesia have developed marine spatial data and plan. What is the biggest challenge in the current consolidation that you're now doing? Because you mentioned also that, yeah, that's the first question.
Yeah. Okay, good. The second one, directly.
The second one is, what are the strategies that you are currently doing in consolidating the marine spatial planning with the land-based issues and concerns, especially your comprehensive land use.
That's all to Hendra, yeah?
Yeah. For your Dr. Dasnul Cariago, how did the study determine in terms of boundary issues that this type of waste, example bottle, came from this country or area?
Okay. That's all, ma'am?
And for Dr. Hendra and Dr. Cariago, based on your presentation, based on the presentation of Dr. Cariago, marine litter monitoring in Indonesia, how these marine litters affects the other attributes in your marine spatial planning?
Okay, good. For the 2 panelists from the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. I don't want to repeat again the question. I hope that panelists already get the question. The second one comes to the Timor-Leste delegate, please. Tadi mic-nya di mana ya? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. So my name is Almerindo Oliveira. So I'm as a national project coordinator for ATSI, Arafura and Timor Sea project.
Okay. Good.
So this is very interesting occasion. So this is my first time to participate in really huge commitment between the South and East Asia countries for the your commitment for conservation for the ocean or marine. So this is really grateful to me. It is a pleasure. So I have only 2 questions. The one is are not directly to any one of the speakers, but it's like general. So later on you can see this. It's about the IU fishing or illegal, unregulated fishing. You know that the Timor-Leste, Australia, Indonesia is mostly, we have like really direct boundary between this. So the TDA issues is one is how can your strategy in Indonesia to make approach for the islands community between in the east part of Indonesia and Timor-Leste is formal, because your president and our presidents already have a commitment at the top level. So what is your responsibility for this? That's the one. The second one is we want to talk about the global and local for the ICM. As you noticed, if it's still related to the IU fishing, ICM do the conservation and then they do the good management in one country will impact to the another country in the boundary. It's for each other. So what is your commitment to support in the under the PMC network, local government? Because we bring here this the local government from the municipality, and then very growth around like from the villages. Even we bring the cooperative, we establish the cooperative in the ICM place in the village level till the administrator of the municipality here, as you call is Bupati.
Yes.
We have a 2-3 Bupati here.
Okay.
So how does your government of Indonesia have a commitment to have link between G to Z for find the agreement for this? That's
Okay.
the question
Thank you.
for me.
Thank you, Dr. Bara. So this last two questions, I would like to Pak Rohmin first. Yes, just before the Malaysian delegates. To Pak Rohmin, two things, Pak, because you are the scientist, but you also have experience as the Minister of the Fisheries and Affairs. And then second one about the ICM networks regarding the transboundary issues. I think, Amy, you can just have some lesson learned from the PEMSEA, from the years of the project regarding to the what's that policy of transboundary issues. So already have Pak Hendra, Pak Dasrul, Pak Rohmin, and Amy for the two from Philippines and Timor-Leste. Last but not least, sorry for the time because concern. Last but not least, the Malaysian delegate, please.
I have a short question for the gentleman in the red batik. I forgot his name.
This is Uda Hendra.
Pak Uda Hendra. Okay. My question is simple. We would like to know about the debt for nature swap methodology in blue financing.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
elaborate on it? Thank you.
Yeah, clear, yeah. The debt swap mechanism of the blue financing from Malaysia. I think Bu Nur Aini, yes. I think Bu Nur Aini. I know very well her actually. Okay, I would like to close the question because the time concern. We still have another session. I would like to give the opportunity to Pak Hendra first to respond to the Philippine delegates and Malaysian delegates. And then second one with Pak Dasrul regarding to the Philippine delegates on the marine litters. And then Pak Rohmin, the third one, on the IUU and transboundary issues. And Amy for the last response to the context of the ICM networks. So Pak Hendra, time is yours. Bisa Pak? Pakai itu aja. Yes. Pak Hendra dulu nggak apa, Pak Rohmin.
Sorry, I miss Pak Luki. Thank you, Bu Annabelle. Thank you for interesting question. So, I would like to mention here that our marine special planning in Indonesia, that's responsible of the provincial. So, previously, before we revise our government law in 2014, that's all the kabupaten can make it the marine special planning. But after 2014, that should be only provincial levels. So the question is about the biggest challenges. Of course, data is the biggest challenges. And the way we to do it, of course, we're working with the university, we're working with the secondary data that are available for the provincials. If not available, and we need to collect the data for primarily data. That's the question. And of course, the time series data is really important, Bu, because we need to project how we can, because marine spatial planning is a consensus. So if we think based on the carrying capacity, so it's suitable for a specific activity, and then probably we can compare to the other activity, and then based on that, we discuss and we decide that will be to be suitable for specific activities. So the way to do it in the provincial, we established the task force. It's chaired by the head of Bapeda or the Provincial Development Plans Agency. So they head of that because the head also oversee how the terrestrial spatial plan. And its secretary for the task force is the head of Marine and Fisheries Agency. So we collect that, and then based on the data, of course, there are some layers, and then the process is should be get consensus in the provincial levels, and then after that, they submit to our ministerial meeting to check the quality in terms of the technical point of view. So after that, they can submit to the Ministry of Home Affairs, and then they can enact it as a perda or peraturan daerah or the law, provincial law, we can call like that. Provincial law is enacted by House representative, local House representative, and also governor. And so there's the big challenges I have responded. And the strategy for the land base right now, the biggest challenges is the integration is not like only to merge with each other, but to how to fit into different scale of plan into the right scale, the way what we want to achieve for the scale, like 100, 1 to 250 scale. So the way to do it is really challenges, and some provincial can, by law, can change if they want to change the area into the other area, of course, based on the technical justification. And then the issue to do like this, and of course, including the people from the backgrounds, such as like, special plans and also other disciplines of science or something like that. And for marine littorals effect to MSP, we are not, I can say not considerable, but this is not part of what do you call this? I try to find the right word for do this. When we do it like overlay. Now it's a very, sorry. I need caffeine actually. So overlay, when we overlay, we based on the maps that are available regarding the potential of resources and of course the existing resources. And then the specific that we also consider existing use and also what we call this community law. So masyarakat hukum adat, so we consider it.
Customary law.
Customary law. So customary law community. So we consider it. So we not consider the marine litter, so that not affect the way we establish marine spatial planning. But of course, if the area is degraded, that will be considered as one intervention that we want to express in the marine spatial planning. Pak Marin, about IUU fishing, Pak?
Pak Hendra, sorry.
Sorry.
IUU fishing maybe Pak Rohmin first, because actually we still have a dinner, don't worry, right? We still have the dinner party. If there is no yet complete answer, then we can just reach Pak Hendra.
Allow me to respond, Bu Nuraini.
Oh yes, first, yeah, Bu Nur.
Bu Nuraini, Bu Nuraini, DNS is like what we are doing right now in US government, Bu. We have some debts in US government. So some debts, it based on the regulation in the US, they allow Indonesia not to pay directly to the US government, but pay to the program for Indonesia. So instead of going to the right pocket, now going to the left pocket, something like that. So it takes like, the way to do it, we need to get approval from our Ministry of Finance because they know exactly which debt can be deducted as a DNS. And then after that, we write to the Treasury of the US Treasury, and then if they're okay, and of course the money can be discussed to whom the money can be channeling through. From Indonesian government side, we want to enlarge and strengthen our trust fund. We have the Indonesia Environmental Fund, Badan Pengelola Dana Lingkungan Hidup. This is like a trust fund of the government. All the money can put it there, and they can match what is our requirement to channeling through, not depending on the national budget scheme. So we are still in the process for the DNS, Bu, but the money later on, if we can get and successfully, that will be disbursed and then also can be distributed to the program of the Korarif, something like that.
Very good.
So Pak Luki, by saying that, thank you very much for that.
In our country, money is no problem, Bu Nur. But the problem is no money. Okay, next to Pak Dasrul, regarding to the technical things of the marine litters policy in Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam. In this case, Indonesia is victim mainly from sludge oil.
Okay.
Yeah. Very difficult to find polluters but we take the sample, the sludge oil, we send the sludge oil to laboratory to analyze of fingerprint, coordinate with LAPAN, or now we call BRIN, to check satellite imagery. Also, we in MOF have investigator. Our investigator also coordinate with investigator from police or Bareskrim Polri. But the problem is, until now, since I was also investigator, I cannot find the polluters.
Okay.
The problem might be they dumping the sludge oil in the night, so we cannot get the imaginary satellite. Also, they dumping the out of Indonesia territory.
Okay.
So, but the wind direct to Indonesia. Like now, west monsoon.
Okay.
Yeah, that is some of difficulties as my experience on as I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. That's like the transboundary issues like that actually, because of not only the technical things, but maybe from the context of the natural dynamics. Pak Ramin, as your as a scientist and as the policy decision makers, what actually I hope that you have a short answer on practical policies on tackling the IUU. Say, for example, Timor-Leste in Indonesia, Pak Ramin.
Well, at the outset, I would like to ensure you that Indonesian government is indeed very committed and serious to combat IUU fishing, especially done by a foreign vessel, simply because Indonesia, according to the FAO, the hardest hit country due to illegal fishing. Based on the data of FAO in 2000, that every year Indonesian fishery resources has been poached or illegally fished by a foreign vessel about 1 million metric ton every year. So if the price of fish average $3 per kilogram, and then our economic loss is about 1 million times 3 billion US dollar, you see, a big chunk of money. So the approach from Indonesian government side, two approach. Number one is security approach, and number two is economic approach. Economic approach means we increase the capacity of our fishermen by giving them or providing them with bigger and modern fishing technology, both fishing vessel and fishing gears, in areas which has been poached by foreign vessel like Natuna Sea, EEZ of Indonesia, Banda Sea, and so forth and so forth. And then the second approach is by implementing law enforcement, by increasing the number of patrol vessel, and then the what they call the digital monitoring and so forth and so forth. With respect to our best neighbor Timor-Leste, actually we have agreement about maritime boundary based on UNCLOS 1982. So I think as best countries or friendly countries, we have to approach it out of court of settlement settlement, yeah, with what we call. We don't have to go, yeah, into the court. Yeah, we have to talk and then discuss, and then I'm sure we can find the solution.
Thank you.
I hope that.
Thank you, Prof. Roman. I think in the legal terminology we have like retrospective approach of the illegal IU fishing. Amy, how was the experience on the PEMSEA as the longest project of ICM networks regarding to the strengthening the network?
I hope we're not just a project, it's a program actually.
Yes, program, yes.
Okay, Mong Almer, I think your question is how to foster linkages between ICM sites and among ICM sites. Just a context, Mong Almer here is with our Arafura Timor Seas project, which is actually another large marine ecoregion that is hoping to become its own regional cooperative mechanism under PEMSEA. So with him are local officials from Barique, which is the ICM site also for the Arafura Timor Seas, in addition to the people from our existing ICM sites in Manatuto, Liquisa, Dili, and also Atauro, in that other table. So very briefly, 3 things. One, membership in the PNLG network will allow you access to documentation, to training, to this General Assembly, invitation to these kinds of forum where you are exposed to other ICM sites and local government. No? 2, training and capacity development program. Last week I signed the work plan and budget with DG Acacio of MAF for national ICM training. So, Dr. Cabral, please make sure Barique is part of that, is invited to that training and capacity development program. Last is this joint PNLC, PNLG learning events. There is nothing this year. I think we're almost done, but next year I'm sure EPB and PNLG Secretariat plus PEMSEA is going to coordinate some leadership training for ICM managers and other training and capacity development programs, which Barique can avail of. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Okay, let's have applause to all of the panelists and the audience. But then I will close this session before we go to the next session. That's also very important. We invite Pak Zaki, the regents of the Kabupaten or Tangerang Reci. Why? Because the ICM need leadership. It's not just only talking about the technical things, spatial planning, conservation, marine leaders, but more on that, actually it's the leadership. Because ICM is about how to regulate human behaviors, on how to take the sustainability in the coastal area. So, Pak Zaki, here in the room, there are many of the leaders, not only scientific leaders, but also the ATMOS leaders. So please give 1 or 2 minutes close statement regarding to the leadership in ICM.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so one word, commitment. If you already commit to the program, to the ICM program especially, and you do it step by step or other, from the small things, then keep doing it until you can implement and showing your commitment to the people that you build and develop. So this is very important. As well as communication and coordination with others, government, to province government, as well as to the ministry in Jakarta. So during that period, we have to be more active to communicate with all the ministry and all the important sector that can support your program. That's the main things. Because you cannot do it by yourself.
Right.
Me in Kabupaten Tangerang, we cannot do it with our all agency in here. we'll still need support from province government, central government, as well as the private sector as well. And the most important thing, people need to get support, and arts need to get support by the people from the Kabupaten Tangerang.
Thank you.
People. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Zaki. Big applause to Pak Zaki, as also the Vice President of the PNLG and the host of this PNLG forum today and tomorrow until Friday. Okay, thank you very much for all of this. I will finish with this and then back to Karen to the next session. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luki, for moderating that interesting exchange of thoughts and ideas. Now we would like to proceed to the second session of this ICM forum, which will focus on case studies in implementing nature-based solutions in the East Asian Seas region. We will begin with the first presenter from the Philippines, focusing on an example of good practice on planning and implementing a closed fishing season. We will showcase the example of Batangas Province, Philippines, and how they exactly did this, considering the transboundary and multi-stakeholder nature of implementing a closed fishing season. I would like to hand over the floor to Ms. Rochelle Amboya, the Senior Environmental Management Specialist and also the head of the Coastal and Marine Biodiversity Management Section of the Provincial Government, Environment and Natural Resources Office of Batangas Province, Philippines. Let's all give her a round of applause, everyone.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am with me our department head, Sir Luis Abitan, and we are glad to share one of our adaptation efforts to strengthen the coastal protection and enhance the fisheries resilience. That is the implementation of seasonal closure, a multi-sectoral collaboration in fisheries management in Batangas Province, Philippines. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation. I will provide you a general profile of Batangas Province, a short background on how the implementation of seasonal closure started, and then the preparatory activities and the process before its implementation, our ongoing activities and future plans, and then who are our partners before and during the implementation. Okay. So this is the map of Batangas Province. So Batangas is located in the southwestern Luzon in the Calabarzon region. And we are one of the provinces that bounds the Verde Island Passage Marine Corridor, which is the center of the marine shore fish biodiversity in the world, based on the study of Dr. Carpenter and Springer in 2005. So, Batangas has a land area of 316,000 hectares with a coastline of 492 kilometers with 2.6 million population. And we have 5 component cities, 29 municipalities with a total of 34 LGUs, in which 15 of them are coastal cities and municipalities. We have 6 congressional districts and 3 major bays, the Batangas Bay, and then the Balayan Bay and Tayabas Bay. So this is the dominant uses of our 3 major bays. Balayan Bay, okay. So Balayan Bay is more on fishing, tourism, agriculture, recreation, and biodiversity refuge with protected area, since most of our locally managed marine protected areas are located in Balayan Bay. While Batangas Bay is more on industrial, commercial, navigation, with port activities, since the international port is located in Batangas, but with biodiversity conservation because some of our locally managed MPAs are also located in Batangas Bay. Similar to Balayan Bay, Tayabas Bay is more on fishing, tourism, agriculture, with a protected area and biodiversity refuge. So, ICM program implemented in Batangas started in 1994, started in Batangas Bay with PEMSEA as the first cycle. Okay, yan. And we have prepared coastal profile based for the formulation of a strategic management plan for the Batangas Bay region. So, similar programs and process are replicated in Balayan Bay for the second cycle in 2000 in partnership with WWF Philippines. We also prepared the Balayan Bay profile and formulated the Balayan Bay Strategic Environmental Management Plan. Instead of focusing only in Tayabas Bay, the province realized the need to cover the whole province, and for the third cycle, start in 2005. So for scaling up programs. And then in partnership with different NGOs that come, stay, and go, we formulated the Batangas Province Strategic Environmental Management Plan that we are now on the process of updating it. Okay, so as I mentioned, this plan composed of these 5 components. We have the institutional development and integrated planning systems, waste management, water resources protection and management, habitat restoration and management, and fisheries protection and management. I gave emphasis on the 5th component, which is the fisheries protection and management, since the implementation of seasonal closure are based on this this component. So the seasonal closure implementation are based on ecosystem approach to fisheries management, or the EAFM. During the regular meeting of the Marine Protected Area and Bantay Dagat Network, some issues were raised by the members, such as declining of fish catch, competition on fishing grounds, excursion to further fishing grounds, non-limitation of fishing boats. Fisheries seasonal closure is acceptable provided that there will be a study to be undertaken. So, pilot implementation was done in Balayan Bay. Why? Because it contributes to 86% of fisheries production in Batangas, and that is the source of livelihood of more than 22,000 fisher folks and coastal communities. So, the implementation of seasonal closure, or what we call pagpapahinga ng mga luok in our local dialect, is a convergence of society, science, and policy that it is a community-driven initiative supported by study, and put into policy through passage or approval of uniform ordinance. And now we are working for the provincial ordinance. Okay. So these are our preparatory activities undertaken before the 2014 pilot implementation. So 2011, focus group discussion was conducted among commercial fishers and municipal fisher folks to know really what is the situation of our fishing in Batangas. And then 2012, study for fisheries to impose a closed season was conducted by Dr. Willie Campos through Conservation International. And it is recommended to implement closed season or seasonal closure. That was presented in 2013 to commercial fishers and identified the top two species to be closed. That is round scad or galunggong and mackerels or matambaka. So these two species are caught by the purse seine and purse seine and ringnet. So in 2013 and 14, reprobiological study was conducted focusing to the two species and study on catch composition and the gear types. That is the purse seine and ringnet. So they identified the maturity period of the two species for the basis of the seasonal closure. So in 2014, TWG or the Technical Working Group was formed to discuss the activities to be undertaken, and then consultation with the coastal participating LGUs to their local executives, sangguniang bayans, and then the fisher folks. And then conducted public and committee hearing for the passage of municipal ordinance. And then we have also data profiling for fish workers, or what we call barcadas, the possible who will be affected by the closed season. These are the fisher folks that in the two purse seine and ringnet fishing boats. And then we also conducted meeting with the local government units for the possible provision of financial support to affected fish workers through CABLA from DSWD with the help of our partner, Ecofish. Fisher folks will be provided financial assistance during the closed season. And then we also have meeting with LGUs regarding the livelihood or environmental activities to be done by the fisher folks during the period. And then we also formulate Batangas Environmental Response Team operational plan and implementation plan with enforcement agencies and Bantay Dagat. So this is a strong involvement of the fishing sector and the local Bantay Dagat, local government units, national government agencies, non-government organizations, and community. So with that activities, we implemented the first interlocal government-initiated closed season in the Philippines, since most of the program for closed season are implemented by the national government agencies such as Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Fisheries, and Aquatic Resources Office. And so we implemented that in 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. So For that period, we implemented 22 days, only the maturity period for the two I mentioned species for only Balayan Bay. But 2019, until last 2021, we expanded the area from Balayan Bay to all bays of Batangas province-wide. And from 22 days, we are now implementing for 2 months. 2021, we extended the implementation for banning of fine mesh net to give way the juvenile fish to reach its maturity stage before they will be catched by our fishermen. Okay, so we call it ay siya, tama na, pahinga na muna. So these are the activities we have done during the implementation. I have mentioned the preparatory and then this during the implementation. So series of TWG meeting was conducted. Regular information and education campaign, and then a big participation in enforcement. Okay, and then we provided logistics and meals to the Technical Operations Center. We have our assessment workshop every after the implementation. And then the reprobiological analysis and fish catch monitoring also conducted. And a great help of the VIRS, or the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer set for monitoring. Okay. And we expand the prohibition of fish, what we call dulong. And then our Sangguniang Panlalawigan passed resolution for this program. And we have uniform municipal ordinance from our participating LGUs. Okay, so as I've mentioned, after the implementation, we have conducted assessment workshop, and these are the results. So there is an increase in fish catch and high occurrence of juveniles, minimal to zero violations. There is a compliance of illegal fishers, cooperation between enforcement groups, and high involvement of community. Okay, and then various help in monitoring and study and effect on fishing for the impact and benefits. And the commitment of LCE are strong, and they are willing to implement it annually. So for fish catch monitoring, to know the impact of seasonal closure in fisheries, so we have conducted in 2015 to 2016 initially, based on the 2014 implementation, and there is initial gains in catch per unit effort and initial improvement in the composition of mature individuals. It is recommended to continue the monitoring for the succeeding years of implementation and continue the seasonal closure combination of intervention of EAFM. For reproductive biology assessment, as you can see, the 2013 before the implementation and 2015 after the implementation, there is an increase of stage 2 and 3 of the two species. And then these are the ongoing activities and our future plans. Strengthen IEC to be written in local dialect, diversify economic opportunities, strong compliance of illegal fishers, and strong cooperation between enforcement groups. So expand prohibited gears, aside from ringnet and purse seine, and then conduct study on dulong, various monitoring in real time, and to have also study on the impact and benefits from 2014 to 2021. And then for policy, finalization and adoption of the provincial ordinance to expand the scope and length, and then the list of prohibited gears and the provision to catch juveniles. So these are our partners in the implementation of seasonal closure in Batangas, Philippines. So, sorry. Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rochelle Amboya, for giving us a comprehensive overview of the process, of the participatory process behind planning and implementing a closed fishing season in the Philippines. Now for our next case study, I would like to invite the Coordinator for Maritime and Coastal Governance of the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia. He will give his presentation regarding the partnerships on strengthening the implementation of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia. He would also give us and shed light on the process of engaging women and the youth in Indonesia to ensure the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Let us all welcome Mr. Robbie Fadila.
Thank you very much. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Beforehand, I would like to pass and apologize from Ibu Fifi, our Deputy Minister, because she couldn't make it up today due to she has to attend a meeting in Tokyo at the moment. So this afternoon, allow me to share some presentation on behalf of Ibu Fifi regarding to partnership on strengthening the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia. Right, ladies and gentlemen, so as we know that in implementation of SDGs, partnership of multi-stakeholders is a key to achieve global goals of SDGs. In the principle of the trust, equal partnership, active participation, accountability, and mutual benefits, partnership is established under the SDGs principle, no one left behind. In the spirit of inclusivity and leaving no one left behind, we continue our fruitful collaboration and strong involvement of stakeholders, both at the national and subnational level. So the private sectors, businesses, philanthropies that play an important role in accelerating SDG achievement by contributing to over solution and incorporating SDGs into their business process. The Indonesian government is committed to be a forefront, a pioneer, and a role model to achieve SDGs. In 2022, this year, we continue to push for better and stronger economic recovery and transformation post-pandemic. The year of SDG achievement in the years of 2030, so it's less than 10 years away. In this decade of action, we should focus on accelerating SDG achievement and working together to better ensure an inclusiveness. No one is left behind, so as well as focus on financing for development. So ladies and gentlemen, so that the SDG represent an ambitious plan to enhance peace and prosperity, eradicate poverty, and protect the planet. So the SDG are recognized globally as essential to the future sustainability of our world, which incorporate economic, social, and environmental dimension supported by justice and good governance. So in Indonesia, we are working on the economic transformation, build forward better. So that's initiated within the medium-term development planning years 2020 until 2024. It has 6 main strategies with SDGs as the main framework. So in line with the Indonesian government's priorities in 2022, the strategy to build competitive human resources will be based on the reform of national health system, education system, and education character, as well as a research and innovation skill. Creative, innovative, and adaptive workforce is needed to answer the challenge of global megatrends. To increase Indonesia's competitiveness. So beyond that, there is also green and blue, also the economic strategy, domestic economic integration, productivity of economic sectors, digital transformation, and new capital city strategy. So for your information, at the moment, our government of Indonesia now are working on relocate our capital cities from Jakarta to Nusantara. So that's the place somewhere in the Borneo Island. So hopefully that's PEMSEA, the next PEMSEA even will be held on our new capital city in a couple of years later, so hopefully. And the SDG in 2030 provides solid framework for Indonesia to become high-income country. So after the pandemic, Indonesia economy will need to grow at a steady 6%, so that's our government targets, until 2045, in order to become a developed nation to avoid the middle income trap. So ladies and gentlemen, in implementing the SDGs, there are still challenges in ensuring the participation and collaboration of all stakeholders, as well as in localizing the SDGs both at national and subnational level. It is essential to ensure the integration and synergy of priority programs from all stakeholders, the availability of SDGs data for program monitoring and evaluation is also a common challenge. So currently, the principle of sustainability through the SDGs has become a collaborative movement with the principle of mutual trust, mutual respect, complementary, and mutual openness between each party. So therefore, the government of Indonesia highly appreciate all collaboration endeavors involving businesses and philanthropies, civil society, CSO, various communities that including a religious organization and interest groups, media, youth, and professional, among others, in supporting the achievement of SDGs as an effort to implement the principle of no one left behind. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of weeks ago, the government of Indonesia just released the presidential regulation. So, I think that's the wrong slide, I think. The President Decree number 11, 2022, so that's about the implementation of the achievement of SDGs. So this new regulation is highlighting the updating target, the innovative financing, the updating roadmap, strengthening the role of regional level, and the last but not least, it also emphasizing the role of stakeholders. So both the government and non-government through the national implementation team consisting of elements of ministries, agencies, philanthropies, business, actors, academics, and mass organization. So on the next slide, please. On this occasion, so I would like to share some example of collaboration, partnership, of collaborative effort from multi-stakeholders in supporting the achievement of sustainable development goals. So for example, that's in the Morotai district, we have a multi-stakeholder partnership of MSP project to accelerate food self-reliance, our RISE program. So that's including involving IPB University and local farmers. And also we have a program in the fisheries sectors. That's a fisheries empowerment program. That's collaboration with the, between Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and BNI, that state-owned bank, to provide a fishing boat in years 2019. So that's in line with the achievement of SDGs, goals number 14, life below water. In Jambi province, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and Basnas. Basnas is a Muslim Islamic institution which collect the charity, zakat and Sharia, sadaqah, so that's the charity. And also Bank of Jambi and UNDP that they have a collaborative action to provide the electricity power for a remote village. So that's cover around 803 household groups and also 4,445 people through micro hydro power plants. So that's a kind of a collaborative partnership action in achieving of our SDGs goal. So that's not only partnership between the institution or in the business or private sectors, but also there is a role of millennial, youth generation, Generation Z. So that's, as you know, that Indonesia is one of the countries that has the largest productivity age population in Asia. So we have around 191 million. So it's almost 70% of our population. So it's dominated by productive age groups. So that's the young people, they have a contribution to our country. So another example that the youth organization or youth people have a contribution and partnership in achieving of SDGs. So for example, OASE, MNPK. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay. So for example, OASE, MNPK, so that's a Christian youth institution. So that's, they has implementing character building education program initiated by the Youth for Youth, by youth. So that's this one. And the next slide is a kind of a campaign initiative by another group of millennial in Indonesia. So that's Indonesia Bebas Sampah or Free Waste Indonesia, years 2020. So this is an online campaigns to support SDGs in their contribution in voluntarily. So yeah, and also the SDG offer the continuation of complementary collaboration with universities. So through teaching and research, the university can equip a student with the skill and abilities needed to participate in achieving of SDGs. Through research, university can advance technology and promote innovation so that they can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs target through the SDGs centers. So university also can establish the partnership with other stakeholders such as government, private sectors, philanthropy, and wider community. They can also prepare educational curricula based on three-dimensional sustainability: social, economy, and environmental. So, and in addition, that university can engage in global cooperation, collaboration, and knowledge exchange to achieve SDGs in years 2030. So I think that's all of my presentation. I'm looking forward for any discussion further. So, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Robbie, for giving us some insights on how Indonesia made sure to be inclusive and participatory, and also engage women and youth in their implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Not just in relation to SDG 14, but also other related SDGs. Now for our third presenter, he is a Professor Emeritus and Specially Appointed Professor in the School of Environment and Society of the Tokyo Institute of Technology in Japan. His presentation will focus on establishing an integrated, holistic, and low-cost monitoring systems at the country level with case studies in Philippines and Indonesia. I would like to call on Dr. Kazuo Nadaoka. Let's give him a big round of applause. Next slide, please.
Okay, good afternoon all, and thank you for your kind introduction. Okay, this is my presentation title. It was integrated network-based management for sustainable, Southeast Asia coastal zone, including GB Link framework. Okay, as my talk is largely relating to blue carbon, I'd like to begin with this slide indicating a brief introduction of blue carbon ecosystem. Yeah, actually, a blue carbon concept is relatively new in comparison with its terrestrial ecosystem. That is a green, right? So blue carbon ecosystem consists of, for example, mangroves, seagrasses, especially in the low latitude areas. But unfortunately, these two elements, blue carbon ecosystems, are largely declining, especially in the coral triangle areas, although it is the world's center in terms of the biodiversity and its abundance. Right? That is really bad news. Therefore, your area's coral triangle is now acting as a source of the CO2, releasing back the atmosphere. That's why it is a kind of the emergent task to develop, implement, a good framework, methodologies, measures to properly conserve and rehabilitate all these important ecosystems. Okay, we are now running the ongoing project. Its acronym is Blue Cares Project. The full title is Comprehensive Assessment and Conservation of Blue Carbon Ecosystems and their services in the Coral Triangle. This is actually a trilateral international project between Japan, Indonesia, and the Philippines. 6 years project, sponsored by JICA and JST. Okay. In the bottom box indicates the aims of the project. That is establishing what we call blue carbon strategy, as an effective scheme for enhancing local efforts to conserve blue carbon ecosystems and improve their resilience, and thereby for contributing to mitigation of global warming. Actually, blue carbon is a very important keyword bridging two different levels. Your local efforts of conservation of ecosystems and the contribution to global scale issue. That is climate change mitigation, right? Insensitive. Oh, okay. This slide shows some key questions and challenges. For example, how to precisely assess blue carbon, and the blue carbon has been well preserved or degraded. Most probable answer is degraded. If degraded, what are causal relationships behind? And what will happen if no action will be taken? And how to properly conserve blue carbon? What is the best policy among the options? How do we link blue carbon with coastal ecosystem conservation efforts? Okay. For properly answering all these questions with science base, we have to develop new methodology, for example. Yeah? Actually, we have developed so many variety of the new methodology in terms of the field measurement techniques and the remote sensing application, model development, and comprehensive assessment of the ecosystem services and others, okay? And by wrapping up all these answers, guidelines, suggestions, we are now planning to develop a blue carbon strategy. Yeah? Okay, aside from explaining all details, I'd like to highlight some bullet points in our project. Yeah? This slide shows the 5 bullet points. Among all these, I'd like to introduce the first bullet one, that is integrated blue and green carbon ecosystem conservation planning. That is GB-Link approach. And then I will show you another important point, that is a core and network system, CNS. That is a nationwide monitoring system. Yeah. I'd like to show you one typical example indicating the importance of introducing what we call GB-Link. Okay? This is one of our project sites in the Philippines. That is located in Panay Island in the Philippines. That is the middle part, yeah, of the Philippines. Okay, so yeah. Let me see. This doesn't work. Yeah, the right box, that is the overall location within the Philippines of our site. And then, yeah, this is the Akron River. And in the rivermost, there is Bakwa Eco Park. That is famous for the mangrove forest, yeah, areas. Okay, so yeah, this slide shows the historical growth processes of the mangrove areas by planting. Yeah, initially the local people started plantation of the mangroves in the year of 1990s. Since then, these areas initially are sandy shore areas, and then the planted areas has grown with time. And then recently, it has covered entirely, yeah, with the planted mangrove and the natural one as well. And it's still expanding over the time. So if you look at this one, you may say, oh, this is quite a successful case of mangrove plantation, right? Actually, this area is quite famous in terms of the mangrove plantation. Yeah, most successful case. Yeah, but it might not be true if you expand your scope. Why? Okay. Oh. Could you go back to one slide? Yeah, one more. Yes. Okay. This is a Bakwan Eco Park, right? This part is indicated with 2 different color lines. This line shows the shoreline location, in the year of 1985, and red one is 2020, meaning that you have the big recession of the shoreline. Yeah, a lot of the beach erosion has happened, and that is also true at a bit further location here. Still, you could observe the shoreline recession. Yeah, about 50 meters or something. This fact may indicate the negative impacts of the growth of the planted mangrove areas. Because, as you know, the mangrove areas may act as a kind of sun-trapping areas. Therefore, the sediments, especially coarse grain sediments, may be trapped largely here. Before the growth of the mangrove areas, a lot of sediment may transported farther down along the coastline. Therefore, the progress of the growth of the mangrove areas may act negatively in the downside of the coast, right? So this is one of the typical examples indicating the importance to look at the negative impact in the surrounding system. Yeah? This picture shows the very turbulent situation of the water in the event of the big typhoon, Typhoon Frank. Yeah? So you can see a lot of the turbid water may go through the mangrove areas. And then this is the relatively normal condition. Still, you can find very turbid coastal waters. Yeah? That kind of situation may act negatively, because such a turbid condition may inhibit light penetration in the water column. Resultantly, the seagrass ecosystem there has been declining. Right? That is another impact. Next slide, please. Okay. This picture shows another event of the typhoon. Yeah. In the low-lying areas, Karibo city has recently experienced the flood-prone nature. Yeah. That is another concern. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows a kind of the schematic illustration, how much close linkages you have among the different events. The story may start from the far upland forest areas. Yeah? In recent decades, we have observed a declining trend of forest covers. Yeah? Resultantly, you have the increase of the sediment discharge, both in coarse grain and fine grain sediments as well, right? So increase of the coarse grain size sediments may elevate riverbed in these areas. Resultantly, you have the flood-prone nature. Yeah? So, and in this area, Bakang Eco Park may trap the coarse grain. But if you look at the very fine sediments, it may go through further, through Eco Park, and then it causes the increase of the turbidity of the coastal water. Then you have the declining trend of the seagrasses. That is the very much complicated relationship. Yeah? Okay. And there's another big concern in the Batam Bay. Yeah, that is a kind of the brackish water estuary. Yeah, this picture shows the situation of the mangroves in the years of 1950s, a long time ago. Most of the parts inside of the bay was covered by mangroves. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a recent situation. all the parts in red has already converted to fish ponds, right? So resultant tree, next slide, please. Yeah, we have another big concern. Oh, yeah. This is Batam Bay, right? And most of the parts have been converted to fish ponds. In addition, we have another concern, that is the pollution discharges from all the surrounding catchments. Resultantly, we have the degradation of the water quality, declining fish catch, and of course, loss of the blue carbon function there. Therefore, we have another big need to develop a kind of bay plan for properly restoring the bay ecosystem. Yeah, that is another important need. But anyhow, looking at all these relationships, each others, we have to introduce a kind of the holistic framework. That is what we call a green and blue carbon ecosystem linkage, GB link, okay? GB link is a holistic and effective approach for extensively conserving and rehabilitating the integrated watershed and coastal zones. Next slide, please. Yeah, actually, just before the pandemic, we held first what do we call Akron River and Batam Bay Summit, right? By inviting many local key stakeholder persons, especially all the LGUs. Yeah? Actually, in that particular areas, there are more than 10 municipalities. Therefore, we could invite more than 10 mayors or representatives from all these municipalities and provincial governor officers, people, and others. And then next January, next year, we are planning to hold the next one. Okay, yeah, please go back one more slide. Yes, oh no, yeah, this one. Okay, from now on, I'd like to talk about the next challenge, how to scale up nationwide. Yeah? We need nationwide network, yeah, for scaling up. Next one, please. For large-scale monitoring, you can expect the application of the remote sensing technique, because that is very much useful and powerful tool. And actually, in our project, we have developed a new methodologies for quickly and precisely assessing the, for example, mangrove ecosystems. Yeah? Then we could succeed. Next one, please. We could succeed in mapping the nationwide situation on mangroves. Then we could find, although in the Philippines, most of the conversion practice from mangrove to fish pond have been already stopped by the end of the previous century. But even in this century, the declining trend is still going on, yeah, due to climate change related issues. Yeah? That was what our findings. Next one, please. But there is a big limitation in the application of remote sensing. Yeah? For example, we have to properly validate nationwide mapping. For doing that, we need nationwide ground truthing, right? And also, there is one more important limitation of the applicability of remote sensing. That is the incapability of detecting below ground part. On the other hand, the majority of the carbon exists below ground. Yeah? That's why we have to introduce another approach as well. That is a ground-based nationwide monitoring system. Yeah? We call that core and network system. That is a nationwide monitoring system. The reason why we call the core and network system is the importance of the core institutes or subcore. Yeah? Actually, this is a platform for sustainable periodical nationwide monitoring of BC ecosystems, including below ground, as I said before. And the monitoring results are critical for updating blue carbon strategy policies as adaptive management. Okay, next. Okay, this slide shows the overall structures of the nationwide network, CNS, that is called also BCNet, Blue Carbon Net. Yeah, that consists of 3 clusters. Luzon cluster in the north, Visaya cluster in the middle, and the Mindanao cluster in the south. Yeah? In each cluster, we have subcores, right? And the total number of the partners of the network is now more than 64. Not only the local university or institutes, but also local government units, NGOs, POs, yeah? All those partners are now participating, right? Next one, please. Yeah, this slide shows some key points of the CNS. CNS is for, of course, nationwide monitoring of the BC ecosystems, but that should be, of course, periodical, long sustainable program, and it also should be comprehensive enough. Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah. Yeah, our main target is blue carbon ecosystems, mangroves or seagrasses. But monitoring them alone are not enough, because mangroves, seagrasses, and all the surrounding ecosystems like corals and others are interconnected. Therefore, your target should be more holistic, monitoring of your coastal ecosystems as a whole. And also you have to monitor all the surrounding system, like adjacent land areas, land use, land cover changes, for example, right? Because all the surrounding systems may result in a kind of drivers. Yeah? Drivers causing the changes of your coastal ecosystems. And you have to look at the society, yeah? Socio-economic aspects. Yeah? That may cause some drivers. Yeah? Anyhow, by looking at all these needs of the monitoring, your monitoring target should be comprehensive enough. Okay? Please go back to the previous one. Previous one. One more, please. Yes. And at some selected sites of the CNS, we will introduce GB Link, yeah? Very much holistic, yeah, framework. And also we are including the participatory monitoring program based on the citizen science approach, and also linking with integrated model system, yeah? For proper understanding, yeah, and quantitatively, and for predicting toward the future, you have to combine with model system as well, right? I will show you one example later. And the second one is, it may serve as a nationwide platform for linking institutions, agencies, and the citizen scientists across the country, and thereby connecting various local actions and national policy planning. And the third one is we are providing the training workshops for capacity development. Okay, next one, please. Next one, please. Next one, yeah. This is the a snapshot of the event of the participatory mapping. Yeah. Although we have introduced remote sensing, but the remote sensing itself has some other limitations. Yeah. So for example, crowd cover or something. But people, yeah, local people, has their own eyes for remote sensing. Of course, they have some bias among different individuals, but through the close discussions, yeah, each other's, they can provide a very, how can I say, more frequent, yeah, output of their eyes remote sensing results, right? Okay, next one, please. And we have also provided various training opportunities. Yeah? These pictures are the occasions before the pandemic, but even during the pandemic, we have held many virtual, yeah, online training workshops. Okay, next one, please. This slide is very unique for you. We are now developing the what we call integrated multi-scale model system for quantitatively understanding what's going on in your target areas, not only the local areas, but also much wider regional scale one, yeah? Including all the parts of the Coral Triangle and or its surrounding areas. Okay, this multi-scale integrated model system consists of local level model systems for seagrass bed dynamics, coral reefs, mangroves. Yeah? All those local scale models can describe dynamic changing features under the multiple stressors. Yeah? And these local scale models are connected to regional scale models, yeah? Oceanside. And we have to look at terrestrial parts because terrestrial parts may largely affect your coastal areas. Yeah? This part may be said green ecosystem dynamics models. Yeah? In terms of the carbon dynamics, you can say that the story will start from all the terrestrial parts through the coastal and far deep ocean, right? The GB link may encompass all the wide areas like this. Yeah? The ocean may be regarded as a big pool of the green and blue carbon mixture, right? So in the carbon perspective, yeah, GB link framework setting is very much important for properly understanding what's going on in your coastal ecosystem, yeah, and its all surroundings, right? And what will happen in the future by
is the thing that we are implementing in Selangor together with all the PNLG members and together also with the technical agency and also with the non-government organizations. Okay, next. Okay. This is the governance that has been set up and established in Selangor. We have a state government and we have in Luas Board, we have the chief minister as the chairman. Then we have the technical committee is the state secretary. And we have a three committee. When you see the orange color is Selangor River Basin and Coastal Management Committee that been chaired by the ESCO of Infrastructure. And at the lower level, they have the River Basin Task Force, RBM Plan Monitoring Committee, and ICM Monitoring Committee. Actually, the committee will report to the upper level, usually all the issue, all the activities, and all the strategy that has been designed and must be implemented according to the time frame. Okay, so at the middle, you can see that because we have the Selangor Water Resources Emergency Committee, which is in charge on the water resource to ensure there are no pollution in the river, actually in the river basin. And of course, I think it also will good effect to the coastal estuary. Okay, next. Okay, this is ICM implementation in Selangor, which is the first one, actually the first initiative is started with the Port Klang area. It's about 156 kilometer coastal line. Then ICZP also has developed to assist state government in managing development in coastal area, holistically and sustainable without compromising the marine ecosystem. And we also developed the IRA. So the IRA is more than to identify the risk, and we want to control all the activities along the coastal line. And I will share with you also the new initiative, Selangor Maritime Gateway, which is one of the project that has been designed and has been implemented in Selangor to have a good economy development along the river and also the coastal maritime area. And it has been implemented by the Menteri Besar Incorporated and also Landasan Lumayan Sdn Bhd. Okay, next. Okay, this is the area. Also, is management by all the local authority and also the PLG members from the Sabak Bernam and Kuala Selangor. And most the area is activities in agriculture, tourism, and fisheries. And in Sepang, mostly the area is agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries. For your information, actually, this plan now in review because for the ICM and ICZP now we are still still review the plan to have a updated plan for this year, and it will finish by next year. Okay, next. Okay, this is also the how we control and the quality and the quantity. Actually, we are also the body that license all the activity related to waters. So in this case, not only in the river, but also in the coastal, which is we consider as a water. Okay, next. This is our Luas Quick Squad, which is we established on 2020, because as we know, because development activities along the basin will affect the water quality. So we established this squad to monitor 24 hours, days and night, to monitor the effect or to control the pollution at the basin level. So it is it's like a shift session that has been working all days, night, even a public holiday. They will round and they will monitor all the water quality in the river. Okay, next. Okay, this is one of the initiative that done by Department of Irrigation and Drainage, which is, as we know, all the coastal area is also have threats of the erosion. So this is one of the project, all the project that has been approved in RMK 12 to ensure that we are protecting our river, our coastals along the coastal line. Okay, next. It is all the project that has been completed before at Remis Beach, at Groins, at Tanjung Ru Sepang, and Batu Laut Kuala Langat. So all the project has been finished, and now it will be protected along the coastal line. Okay, next. Okay. So this is one initiative that I will share that actually is also one of the sustainability drivers for our Selangor First Plan. So this is a Selangor Maritime Gateway project, which is considered about 88,000 acres along the 56-kilometer Klang River. And actually it is ascertain the quality and opportunity of potential development along the river. So it is actually considered of the development along the river reserve, and also it includes the elements of river cleaning, rehabilitation, and development river connectivity to transform the Klang River as a center of economic growth by the year 2030. Okay, next. Okay, this is the interceptor that we actually is a giant log boom, something like a giant log boom, but this is installed at the Klang River. Once in the Klang town and the second one in the river mouth. So actually all the trash, all the rubbish will be collecting by this interceptor. When you are going to Malaysia or Kelang, you can see this giant interceptor in the river actually. So they will collect all the rubbish and it try to reduce all the rubbish towards the estuary. Okay, next. And for information that interceptor actually, we have the MBI and also the SMG team actually have a good cooperation with the Ocean Cleanup, the Netherlands company, the NGO, that they have a good coordination, and it has been set up in the Kelang as the pilot project. Okay, this is a log boom. Previously, okay, this is a log boom that intercept. We are using the tributaries as the main points to reduce the trash towards the main river. So this is installed along the tributaries in the Kelang River. Okay. Okay, we can see this is the data that has been collected by the team of the SNG. We can see the reductions about 38% for year 2021 compared to 2013. So it's quite a good. We can see the trend is become give a positive impact because the rubbish that go to the sea or estuaries become less, because less 38%, but I think it will be reduced more in the coming years. Okay, then this initiative is still going on, and we will monitor the data. Okay, next. Okay, besides that, we have a good SPAT partnership also with the corporate sector, when the SMG have a good SPAT partnership with the Nestle, Dutch Lady, and also the Westport. So this is the activity that we must empower, and we must got a good teamwork with all the private sector together, that we are, all the rubbish collected also, we'll have the cleaning process, recycling, and we have the drying. This is one of the process that all the activities has been done together with the Smart Partnership Program. Okay, next. Okay, this is the water quality that because we must monitor also the quality of the river. We can see that from year 2019-2022, from the 4 stations that's online, the class of the water quality is means better, because we can see that most of the class is class 3, 63%. So means this is the target that we must maintain the Klang River towards a good, more quality, better than previously, because nowadays we still monitor, then we can see the trend become more better. Okay, next. Besides that also, in the area of the coastal, in the Klang River also, we can see they have been set up the mangrove point. This is actually the mangrove forest that has been rehabilitated to become one of the ecotourism activity, and it should be finished by Q4 2022 actually. And it is one of the project for the mangrove education program that has been conducted by the SMG as the initiating for the state government's program. Okay, next. Okay. For the environmental conservation, actually, the most important is the stakeholder participation and community empowerment. Next. Okay, this is the policy that has been set up. It was no plastic bag and polystyrene containers campaign, which is no more plastic. When we are going to the shop, you must buy the plastic if you don't bring your own bags. So it's about 20 cents ringgit Malaysia. So it started on the 2017 and it's still going on. Okay, next. And this is one also the community program, it's the Friends of River that been embarked by the Selangor Water Management Authority, which is we are empower the community, the local community collaboration, and also the integration of community to a sustainable environment. From this, actually, we are trying to control the activity at source, because we know that all the activities that will pollute the river will also pollute in terms of the estuary and ocean until the coastal. So this is how we try to establish and how we want to empower all the community along the river, because we see everything that goes to the river will end at the ocean or at the estuary. So this is the points that we want to try to tackle the issue at the coastal line. Okay, next. Okay, besides that, actually, we also have the program with the Malaysian Society of Soil Science with the local community in Kampung Kuantan. Kampung Kuantan also the area that has been gazetted at the zone of protection. And this actually, we are using the organic waste to have the biochar. Biochar is something like a fertilizer or a charcoal from the organic waste that has been used to ensure the soil recovery agent that can increase the growth of rates of tree. Okay, next. Okay, this is the area of the Kampung Kuantan, and also the community have the biochar. Okay, next. It's all the activity that related to the river and also the coastal area. Okay, next. It's a program, the World River Day, with Amkelang Initiative and also the SMG program, and also the initiative by the MPKs. Next. The MPKL initiative, there's two sides, which is the ASEAN SDGs model city. It's a very successful. The fisheries, the MP Kuala Langat. Okay, next. This is also the ecosystem approach for fisheries management. Okay, next. And this is the mangrove planting program. It's Sijangkang. This is successful from the local community empowerment. Okay, next. And also the MP Sepang, the beach management. We can see the Awani here, that we have the engineered beach development zone, beach tourism zone, and environmentally sensitive zone. Okay, next. And all the nature-based related activities, a floating racket house, kelong or mangrove boardwalks. Next. Also the Bagan Lalang Beach for 26 beach cleanup over 2022. Next. And last but not least, the way forward, we need, in terms of the ICM and IRBM, we have to enhance integrated and holistic approach in coastal and river basin management with the SDGs, and strengthening our coastal management capacity, and also improving the health of the ocean through sustainable blue economies. I think all people or all stakeholders must work together to achieve all the SDGs. And I think we know that everybody have their own responsibilities, and it is the important things that we have to do our role to ensure the sustainable development goal will be achieved. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Haslina. Now we would like to proceed to the Q&A session to be moderated by Dr. Aryo Damar. We will be entertaining one question from the audience. Again, please state your name, affiliation, and your target speaker for your question.
Thank you, Karen. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we come into the last session of today's, and I would like to invite at least one question for one speaker. Please raise your hand and please, yes, first, ma'am. Second, from Timor-Leste, first from the Philippines. And then we invite from this left sector of the room. Okay, then please, ma'am.
Okay.
Introduce your name also and...
My name is Annabel Kayabyab, Department Head PGN, Cavite Province. So my question is for Dr. Kasuo Nadauka. So I have three questions for him. The first one is, The health of biodiversity and ecosystems is closely linked to carbon sequestration and storage. If the carbon stored in the sediments will be released due to anthropogenic activities, what will be the risk to the intertidal flats?
Could you repeat, maybe?
Okay. The health of biodiversity and ecosystems is closely linked to carbon sequestration and storage. If the carbon stored in the sediments will be released due to anthropogenic activities, what will be the risk to the intertidal flats? The second question is, any effects of eutrophication or increase in the nutrients loading to the blue carbon ecosystems, especially the impact of nitrous oxide emissions?
I think that's enough, ma'am, to question only. Due to the time limitation, it's almost dark now. Please, Nadaoka Sensei, could you respond to that question directly?
Thank you. I'd like to answer from the second question. Yeah, your question is about the possible impacts of the eutrophication on the blue carbon ecosystem, right? So if we have an increase of the terrestrial discharge in terms of the organic matters and the nutrients, then it may elevate, for example, the primary production in the coastal water. Then you have increase of the turbidity. Then you will have the negative impact of the optical conditions. That may cause the declining trend of the benthic habitat, like seagrasses and others. Yeah, that is one of the most probable fate impacts, right? And if you have the input of the organic matters, it may be decomposed, right? And the decomposition procedure may release CO2. Yeah, that is another possible story, I think. Sorry, I'm still not sure about your first question. Intertidal what?
The intertidal floods, it's different ecosystem inside, like mudflats, wetlands.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is the effect of this? If there is blue carbon from the sediments will be released, what will be the impact based on the interconnectedness of these habitats?
So the release of carbon from the sediment, is it impacting all three interconnected?
Yeah, for example, one of the elements of the intertidal area is mangroves. Yeah, if people cut mangroves, the overall condition of the benthic parts will be largely changed, right? Due to the cutting of the mangroves, right? So in the usual condition under the mangrove covers, the most of the condition there is the, how can I say, I just forgot English. Sorry. Decomposition of organic matters may be largely delayed, in the usual conditions. But you have cut, right, the mass of mangrove covers, then the situation will be changed. The decomposition of the organic matters within the sediments may be accelerated, right? That is one of the most probable impacts.
I hope you satisfied with the answer, or otherwise then you could continue discussion after this session. Okay? Okay, thank you so much. And then the second question, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to
please
just
introduce yourself, your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Jonina Silva. I'm from UNDP Timor-Leste. Just to Miss Rosele, The presentation was very good because of the good strategy planning and good institutional management planning was done very good. So of those initiatives have been done, we could see the Amazon people, then we could see the people very resilient. So it has been transformed of the community base for the sustainable development. So far, with this great achievement, so what is the challenge that you have been faced of implementing of those initiatives in the program?
Okay,
Thank
it's
you.
quite clear the question. Could you please respond, Ms. Rosel? Ms. Amboya.
Yes, so thank you for that question, ma'am. Maybe our big challenge that especially during the preparation of the seasonal closure is the change of political leadership. And then, but as time goes that we explained to our leaders the impact of this program. So little by little, they understand and they accept, though they are not fully accept in the first implementation, but as what I said, as time goes, the commitment of the LCE, especially, they provide for the implementation. And because, though we believe in the Philippines, municipal water, they are, especially the commercial fishers, are not allowed to go on fishing because it's for the municipal fisher folks. But some of our LGUs have their ordinance to allow the 10.1 to 15 for their own commercial fishers to do the fishing in the municipal water. But for the period of implementation of closed season, they are not also allowed, so that the two species, the mackerel and the round scad, have their time to give them time to mature the two species. So that's it.
Okay.
So the commitment of the LCE are given to this program. Yes, but I have said in the first implementation they rejected, but they are now willing to implement it on an annual basis. Yan.
Okay, thank you. You satisfied with the answer?
Okay,
then
thank you.
otherwise you could continue to discuss after this. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, there is a message from the organizer that the time is already over. So unfortunately for other speakers, there is no more question for you to be discussed. And thank you so much for the question that's already raised. And Fadila, I'm really sorry there is no question for you because the time is limited and we have to end up this session. I would like then to give the time to the MC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, moderators, speakers, and Ms. Karen C. for the engaging session. We all enjoy very much. Let's run a big applause. Now I will invite Secretary of Tangerang Regency to present an appreciation to all speakers and moderators. Please joining with me on stage. Professor Aryo Damar and Professor Luki Adrianto as moderators. Bapak Dasrul Caniago, Ms. Karen C., Ms. Rosel Amboya, Bapak Robi Fadila, Dr. Kazuo Nadoka, and Ms. Haslina Binti Amer. Last but not least, Last but not last, Secretary of Tangerang Regency, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Muhammad Maizar Rasid, to present the mangrove replica. We invite the photographers to catch this moment. We may take a group photo. Yet again, please run a huge applause for our speakers and moderators for today's panel. Thank you, and please kindly return to your seat. With that, we conclude our meeting. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Allow me to remind you that we are requesting your presence tonight at the gala dinner here at the same place starting at 7 p.m. It will be awesome to carry on networking in more relaxed event. There will be fascinating local culture performances and special mention for our special performance tonight, Miss Lea Simanjuntak. I'm sure it will be exciting. Thank you and see you tonight. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Announcement, ladies and gentlemen, it should be informed that due to our commitment to reduce use of paper, therefore the presentation materials can be downloaded at the link that will be given by our liaison officer. And now, if Muslim, you can go to praying room, and then we will right back at 7 o'clock to have gala dinner. Thank you very much.